Okay, so now recording. It's 11 o'clock on Wednesday, the 10th of February. I'd like to welcome everyone to this virtual meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Matt McCabe and I am the chair of the committee. I will now call out the names of the other members of the committee who will be making the decisions today and ask them to confirm that they are present, starting with Councillor Vic Clark.
Present.
Councillor Sue Craig.
Present.
Councillor Sally Davis.
Present.
Councillor Lucy Hodge.
Present.
Councillor Duncan Hounsell.
Present.
Councillor Sean Hughes. Is anyone
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are. Yeah.
Sorry, present.
Thank you. Councillor Eleanor Jackson.
Present.
Councillor Hal McPhee.
Present.
And Councillor Amanda Rigby.
Present.
Jolly good. Also present are Simon Barnes, our legal advisor.
Good morning.
Chris Gom, the team manager from Development Management.
Morning.
And Marie Todd, the Democratic Services Officer, who I've seen. Good morning. The planning case officers are also in attendance to present their reports and answer questions, along with the Highways Officer, Darren Cox. This meeting is being held under the Coronavirus Regulations 2020 and has the same status and validity as a meeting held in the Guild Hall. The following applications will be considered in this morning session: Paglinch Farm, Shoscombe, Camerton and Peasedown Croquet Club, and Little Pear Tree Cottage, Tadwick. And the following applications will be considered in the afternoon session from 2 p.m. and that's 113 Wellsway, Keynsham, 1 Cambridge Place, Widcombe Hill, the 5G Mast at Lark Hall Sports Club, and the Plum Centre application, Locksbrook Road. Just remind everybody, members and visitors, that the chat function is for members only, really, and that's essentially to ask to speak. We'll put MIS in the chat function, may I speak. So apologies for absence there. I don't think there's any apologies for absence. We haven't got any, have we, Marie?
No apologies, Chair.
No. Declarations of interest. I think, again, that's just me. I still have to declare an interest in item 6, the 5G mast. So the Vice Chair will be taking over for that item. Items from the public, statements and questions. I'll ask the Democratic Services Officer to now inform our speakers, our guest speakers, on the public speaking procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the public have registered to speak about individual planning applications under items on the agenda. Ward councillors not on the committee have also indicated that they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. I will time the speeches and inform the chair using the chat function when the time is up. The chair will then ask speakers to immediately conclude their remarks. After making their statement, speakers will remain in the meeting so they can observe the debate. However, they have no further right to speak and so should mute their microphone and switch off their video. Once their item has finished, speakers will be removed from Zoom and can view the rest of the meeting on YouTube if they wish.
Thank you very much. Minutes of the last meeting. The last meeting was actually the 16th of December. The minutes have been circulated. Someone happy to propose that they're a correct record?
I'm happy to propose, Chair.
Councillor
Happy to
Rigby.
second.
Happy to second, Councillor Jackson. Thank you very much. And we're on to the main plans list, starting with Paglinch Farm, Shoscombe. Can I invite the case officer, Hayden Foster, to present his report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. If I just share my screen. Sorry, can everyone see that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So item number 1 on the agenda is for Paglinch Farm. So this application is being referred to committee as the applicant has direct links with the planning service. So the application relates to 2 converted historic farm buildings situated within Paglinch Farm. And the application seeks the variation of condition 2 of approved application reference 0603707-FUL. This allowed alterations to a garage to form 1 garage and a self-contained holiday let. The application seeks the removal of the condition to enable the lawful use as a self-contained residential unit. The condition had been attached for residential amenity reasons. So here's a view of the site location plan and aerial. Indicated by red is the 2 historic farm buildings. The larger of the barns is Sunday Cottage. A smaller barn situated to the north is the barn in question, which seeks the removal of the condition. And here we have a detailed block plan showing parking arrangements and residential amenity spaces for the allocated proposed dwelling, which will be allowed due to the removal of the holiday let condition, and the existing dwelling, Sunday Cottage, which has its own separate garden space. So each dwelling has their own parking spaces as well as own allocated access routes to each dwelling. And here's some site photographs of the building in question, as well as the outside amenity space for this building. And here are some pictures of the access routes into the barn or holiday let building, as well as the parking space situated at the bottom there. So the application is considered acceptable in principle, and the use of the building as a permanent independent dwelling would not result in harm to the historic farm buildings, highway safety, or residential amenity of the existing or future occupiers. It's therefore recommended permission be granted.
Thank you very much. We don't have any speakers for this, so we'll go straight to questions to the officer. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Jackson?
I was just wondering, Chair, if the officer could explain a bit more precisely what exactly has changed since 2006 to make this an acceptable application as an independent dwelling, as opposed to one which I might have expected to see made subservient to the main building and required to remain in the possession of the same person who owns the main building, as opposed to having it as what I understand to be a completely independent standalone residence.
So the condition had been put on the 2006 application, mainly due to residential amenity reasons or concerns. From my site visit out to the site, from what I'd seen, the building had its own separate point of access, its own outside amenity space, which aligned with the existing dwelling without any harm I could see occurring between each existing and proposed. And also parking arrangements are fine within the site as well. Another change that occurred had been at the end of 2019, within the wider Paglinch Farm, a barn had also been had a condition removed for holiday lets for it to be allowed as an independent dwelling. So there is precedent that has been allowed within the wider site for this similar scheme.
Any other questions? I can't see everybody, so please do use the chat function. No more questions to the opposition. We'll move on to the debate. Any proposals or any comments? Councillor Jackson, I can see you. Oh, and then I'll come to Councillor Davies. Councillor Jackson?
Well, I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, somebody like to second? I can see Hal raising his hand and Councillor Davies. So I'll take Hal McPhee seconding. Did you want to say anything, Councillor McPhee, on your seconding?
No, it seems that as we have a precedent to this condition being preserved, I see no reason and support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis.
I was quite happy to second for exactly the same reasons, and it's clearly not going to impose on the other dwelling, so I'm quite happy to support the recommendation in front of us.
Okay, and Councillor Rigby?
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
Okay, we'll move to the vote then in alphabetical order to support the officer's recommendation to permit, for, against or abstain, Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Unanimous. So that's all 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Is that all? Is that 9 or 10? All 10 of us. Oh, you think I'd have it right by now. So unanimous in support of the officer's recommendation to permit. Thank you very much, Hayden. I think we'll. Oh, we are straight back onto you, isn't it? So item number 2 is the Camerton and Peasedown Croquet Club. Have we admitted? We have 2 speakers. If Jill Shaw and Councillor Sarah Bevan could be admitted, and then I can ask Hayden Foster to present his report, please.
Thank you, Chair. So can everyone see that?
Yeah, thank you.
So item 2 relates to Camerton and Peasedown Croquet Club. So the application has been referred to committee following local councillor comments to support, which is contrary to case officer recommendation. So the application seeks to relocate old buildings and install a new prefabricated building, install a biodigester wastewater treatment system and a rain collection system, and secure permissions for low-level advertising boards and small sections of the perimeter fencing. It is noted that the application for advertisement consent had been running concurrently with this application, however, it has now been withdrawn. Here, if you can see a site location plan and area of the site outlined in red. And here we have an existing block plan of the site. So here is the existing clubhouse and compost toilet. These buildings on site are to be removed. So if you can see the images outlining in red, showing these buildings on the site. So these buildings are to be removed. And the existing timber shelter is to be relocated towards the western end of the site, at the other end of the pitches. So here's the site plan as proposed, showing the bigger building, which is the new clubhouse building. And here's a outline and view of the site, showing the new clubhouse and relocated timber shelter. And here's one of the buildings which is to be repurposed as a pump house, which was the former garage store. And here is another building, which is the equipment store, which is being relocated on site to make way for the new clubhouse building. And here are the proposed clubhouse plans and elevations. So these plans have been superseded by changes. So this is the building as it is, as existing. And here are images of what's proposed to the building. Here we have a few site photographs of the existing site showing the existing buildings, timber shelter, compost toilet, the garage store and the clubhouse. And a few pictures looking down on the buildings as well as looking out onto the pitches on the site. Some further pictures showing the buildings, access into the site and here are some other pictures more clearly showing the site. So as requested by members, here's some photographs of the building to be donated and used as a clubhouse. So the application is recommended for refusal. So the proposal is not considered to positively respond to site context, in particular the local character, building lines, roofscape materials, building form and features. The proposal, due to its design, will not enhance or respond to natural features, including landscape.
Okay, thank you very much, Hayden. We have one public speaker and the local ward councillor. So could I ask Jill Shaw, are you there? I can't hear you yet. Jill, are you with us?
I can see her, but she appears to be on mute, Chair.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, and there you are as
Right,
well.
sorry, right, yes, thank you. My internet keeps dipping in and out, so I will press on and hopefully it will stay with us, okay?
Okay, you've got 3 minutes, I think.
Right, thank you. Camerton and Peasedown Croquet Club is an active and growing sporting facility and presently has over 60 members who are aged from 18 to 85. The current club indoor facilities are too small with no flushing toilet, insulation or heating. The club has been offered an unwanted building that was used by Camerton School as 2 classrooms before the school closed down. This building is located less than a mile away from the Croquet Club and provides an ideal new clubhouse after refurbishment. This building will have to be removed from Camerton and it was suggested it would have to be scrapped and sent to landfill. By relocating it and refurbishing it as our clubhouse, it prevents this from happening. We are keen to recycle this building, particularly as this is in line with the council declaring a climate emergency, which means planning policies need to reduce carbon footprint and waste to landfill. Constructing a new building instead of recycling the one offered to us would surely be contrary to the climate emergency requirements. The planning officer's predominant concern is the character and appearance of the building. He considers that the building is of a temporary nature and construction, and given the permanent application use proposed, cannot support it in this location. The Croquet Club is located on an infill site, and as such, a permanent building requiring strong foundations is not possible. We do not feel the Camerton building is temporary, as it is only 15 years old with a suggested lifespan of 50 years. Regarding the character and appearance of the building, it has a gently pitched roof and is similar to the clubhouses in nearby sports facilities. We have emailed photographed examples of Peasedown Football Club, Roundhill Recreation Ground and Radstock Town Football Club to all the planning committee councillors. We also emailed a photograph of a new building that has presumably passed planning at Coombe Down that has a similar appearance to our proposed building. It is our intention to improve the appearance of the Camerton building with cladding and a new profile, including a central clock tower. We do not understand the planning officer's comments or concerns, as the Croquet Club is located on a hillside and is hidden from view by trees. This building will provide much needed undercover shelter for our growing local membership and visiting clubs from home and abroad. We sincerely hope the committee will grant our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill. Councillor Sarah Bevan.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, I would endorse what Jill's just said, obviously, but my point is that maybe we could consider this application as a sui generis, a one-off, given all the points Jill's raised, and despite the three policies which are worrying Hayden, D2, D5 and NE2A. Although it's technically a temporary building, it would not be temporary in situ here at Peasedown and Camerton Croquet Club. And the topography of the site would mean that in any case, it would not detract from the visual amenity of the site. I think that's all I really want to say, that if we could look at this as a sui generis, not that we enjoy flouting planning policies, but I think for all the reasons Jill's given, I would ask the committee to reconsider, well, to consider admitting that this could be a special case. And also, nearly forgot, the members of the Croquet Club that are overseeing this application have proposed attractive modifications to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So questions for the officers. Councillor Sue Craig.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder whether the officer would be able to show us on any of the photos of the site where the new house might be. I don't know whether any of the pictures had that area in them. Would be helpful.
Yep, no, it's fine. I'll just share the screen again, just to show it. Right, so the new clubhouse is going to be sat where, I'm not sure if you can see there, where the timber building is at the moment. Yeah, so if you can see where the timber building is and the smaller building next to it, the clubhouse will be sat on the footing there. And two of the buildings will be moved where the timber shelter is. If you can see the top left-hand photograph.
Yeah, in the bottom right photo there, where the person's standing, to the right is where the new building will be, and to the left is that tree line where the buildings, the smaller buildings, will be moved to. And did you say that the wooden structure there, the to keep the rain off, that is going to move to the other end of the site?
Yeah, so if you can see the top left photograph, yeah, that's where the timber shelter will be placed.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Towards the end of that field. Yeah.
Is that okay, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
I have to say, I'm struggling a little bit to try and mentally move those prefab buildings from the Camerton school and then superimpose a clock tower on them, which is, I think, what we're effectively is going to happen. But my question is, how relevant is it that this site is very close to the Peasedown football ground and play area, where the facilities are dire? You know, this looks to me like an upgrade on what is normally available in Peasedown. Would I be correct in, I mean, the question is, are the facilities at the Peasedown football ground, which is very close, relevant in considering this application?
I mean, when I went out to site, where the cricket pavilion, which is situated to higher ground, not where the Peasedown Football Club, but yeah, from being to the cricket ground, which is situated in close proximity to this site, I know that that building's a sort of a permanent building. I suppose it's different in nature to the buildings on this current site.
Any more?
Well, the football ground is, if you're coming in from Radstock, turning off the bypass, you see a sign to the Croquet Club when you get to the Red Post pub, and then the next, between there and the next turn down to the church is the there's a sort of derelict agricultural site, but then you've got the football ground, and up against the house, well, quite close to the housing line, you've got these rather ramshackle toilets and changing facilities and so on that go with the football club. But I'm thinking that this is a sort of going to be a general, I mean, is it right to consider that this is a general all-round improvement to the neighbourhood? And that we shouldn't be referencing a not very attractive football club?
I mean, in my assessment, I mean, I'm not aware of the football club, the Peasedown Football Club, but yeah, my considerations only been based on this site's merits and yeah, the setting of this area. Yeah.
But okay. As you've been saying, it is quite a long way back, isn't it, from public view? I mean, to be quite honest, I never actually realised this was the club. it's so sort of.
Okay, got Councillor McPhee. Is this question for the officer?
Yes. I just wondered, there are a couple of points that Jill made. First of all, the council's very keen on recycling, and this is recycling a building. I wondered if that has any effect to you, and also the fact that it is an infill site, and so therefore you can't put anything too substantial there.
Yeah, so on this one, the contaminated land officer has been consulted on this one, so since subject to any approval, details with regards to obviously the landfill nature of the site will need to be provided in any event. In this case, although the recycling of the building is noted, it's not considered to outweigh the harm in regards to the character and appearance of this site in this area from officers' consideration.
Councillor Hodge.
So I just wondered if we could see the image of the refurbished building again with the clock tower and the materials on that.
I'll share my screen once again. Yeah, so the building as is existing, which is to be donated, is not had the refurbishments attached to it just as of yet. So yeah, this is the building as is existing. So it's planning to provide timber cladding to the front and rear of the buildings and provide a false roof with a clock tower to that front elevation.
I think there was an image of the design, was there, that they were proposing?
Yeah, so that's it there in the bottom right.
So it's timber cladding or
timber cladding to the elevation B and D. So elevation B faces out onto the pitches and elevation D faces towards the car parking area.
Right. And I just wanted to be clear why you felt that this building would have an adverse effect on the landscape compared to what is already there.
In terms of this building, in terms of its size and scale, I believe this building measures approximately 16.9 meters by 7.9 meters based on the plans provided. So the existing buildings, the old clubhouse in particular, measures 4.3 by 4.3 meters. Although as no size has increased, it's believed, the form, materials and appearance of the building in particular is contrary to the policies and the placemaking plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Craig. No, sorry, did I have the wrong one? No, it's just, oh, sorry, Councillor Clark.
Can I just ask the officer about car parking there? I can't see where people would park their cars, particularly if this new build or this new building was to attract more members.
So yeah, so I'll just share my screen again, apologies. Yeah, so Highways Development Control will be consulted on this one. So they're happy with the situation proposed. And I believe there's going to be a parking area proposed. Should I bring up the site block plan for you? I'm not sure if you can see there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so here's the site block plan. Is shown allocated parking spaces towards the access route as you're coming in, and just north and northeast of where the clubhouse is going to be sited.
Yeah, where do they park at the moment, please, officer?
So at the moment, I believe they park indiscriminately on the grass in areas. When I visited the site, the main parking area, I believe, is directly to the east of the buildings as they're existing. I'm not sure if you can see the free parked cars underneath the tree cover. And I believe there's further parking on the grassed areas. So if I show you a photograph. So basically it would be, so if you can see the bottom right photograph, so it's along that sort of grassed area, approximately around there, where they'd have.
Would they be wanting? Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Would they? They're going to presumably want to tarmac it or put some pebbling down to make it more substantial.
I've not seen that on the plans that have been provided.
Okay. I know I've got Councillor Hounsell to speak in the debate. Councillor Hughes, was yours a question for the officer or debate?
Yes. Just
question to the officer. Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Hi, Hayden. So I don't suppose you have any pictures of the cricket club available, do you? Just that, I mean, the cricket club is the only building in any sort of close proximity to this. And from my recollection, it's not the most attractive of buildings. So I'm just trying to understand where the issue is with the appearance of this building.
Unfortunately, I don't have photographs of the cricket clubhouse. That building, I believe, is in close proximity, but it's set on higher ground to this building. I believe, they got steps going up to it, and it's shielded by tree cover.
It's an old sort of concrete building, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's got a few gable ends facing out to the cricket club, and I believe it's sort of a yellow sort of brick sort of stone building set within that site.
Okay, and the proposal for this renovation of this particular building is to renovate the front and back, but not the sides or the roof. Is that right? The cladding for the.
Yeah, that's correct. So the sides of the building will, I believe, from the plans provided, remain as they are, and the front and the rear will provide some timber cladding with a false pitched roof to the elevation that faces onto the bowls pitches.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the debate then if there's no further questions. Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officer for presenting the report in such a way that we can deliberate on it. Councillor Jackson made the reference to it being an upgrade, and that's how I see it. I think it's aesthetically an improvement on the existing old timber building, and what's proposed looks to me exactly what one would expect a croquet clubhouse to look like. I like the element of recycling. I think the modifications to the proposed building will look attractive. Certainly I like the community involvement and the encouragement of sport and recreation. As for it being temporary, I'm reminded of, I spent a career in teaching, and many teachers spend their time in temporary classrooms that last a whole career. And this strikes me as being a similar, have a similar length of use to it. It would be there obviously for many years. It's very well screened. I don't see how it detracts from the area. And I would like to propose that we permit the application.
Okay, I need a seconder. Councillor Jackson, yes, Councillor Jackson is seconding. Do you want to say anything?
Well, yes, my argument would go much on the same lines as Councillor Hansel's. What I can't quite see is whether this is in the conservation area or not. But what I do think is that the plans will conserve and enhance the environment in which they're placed. These designs look much, much better than what is currently on the site. That's the first point. This is a considerable improvement, as Councillor Hansel said, on the aesthetic grounds. And if it's in the conservation area, then I would invoke the conservation area policies to justify our decision. But I think the overwhelming one is at this time, people are encouraged to get open air activity and sport for their mental health, physical well-being, and so on. A club which has 60 members is clearly going strong. And if I might say so, I think some of the members might be a little older, and having only one toilet for that number of people is really not very satisfactory. So I am going to move that we accept this application on the grounds that the public health benefits will outweigh any possible detriment to the environment. But actually it is going to be a considerable improvement on what's currently on the site.
Thank you very much. In fact, I think you're seconding the motion.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you some reasons, Chair.
Well done. Yes, plenty of reasons. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I have to say, when I've looked at this, because it came to us, as you know, to refer on to the planning committee, and I've looked at this and thought long and hard about this one, because the size increase is quite large, but like both Councillor Hansel and Councillor Jackson have said, the advantages, I think, of being able to have this facility, and it's just coming up from Camerton School, so it is, as was said earlier, a very good way of recycling. And I know our policies don't necessarily, our policies don't move as quick sometimes as we want them to with things like that. So it might be, we may need to use, like the advice that Councillor Bevan said, whether there's an officer can tell us whether we need sui generis, something like that. But I do think, on reflection, I've looked at this long and hard, that I am keen to support the motion that's before us, because I think it is a way forward. I think it will be well screened from the others around. There's not much to see around there because it's in the corner again. And although the increase is large, I have to say I agree with the previous two speakers as to reasons to overturn the officer's recommendation, and therefore I support the motion in front of us at the moment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hodge, you were happy to second it. Do you want to say anything further?
Sorry. Oh gosh, what's happened to my script?
I can hear you.
So you can hear me. Just that I second the motion. I come to different conclusions from the officer on all three policies, and I think it will enhance. It won't have a negative effect on the landscape. I think the design is fine, it's in context, and it will enhance that area of the site. So I agree with all the points previously made.
Thank you. I've got Chris Gom who'd like to make a comment. Have you got enough reasons?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the point that obviously officers are recommending refusal essentially on design grounds. The committee are obviously perfectly entitled to come to a different view on a subjective matter such as design and landscape impact. But if the committee do move to grant permission, just a reminder that we will need some conditions. Obviously the time limit, standard time limit condition, and plans list condition. But having just reviewed the file, in front of me, there are also a number of contaminated land conditions which ought to be put on the permission if the committee is so minded, because as previously mentioned by someone, this is a former landfill site, so there are some contaminated land issues there, and whilst the building will sit on top of the land, there will still need to be some investigative work undertaken. Thank you, Chair.
Chris, would it be easier then if we delegate to permit and you can sort all that out, all the conditions?
I think that would be a good idea, Chair, and then Hayden can set out the conditions.
So Councillor Hounsell and Councillor Jackson, are you happy
Yeah,
to delegate to permit?
with that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy to have delegate to permit.
Okay, so delegate to permit so the officers can sort out conditions. We'll move to a vote. There's no more comments, and ask to go reverse order this time. So the motion is to delegate to permit. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe, for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
So that's unanimous again. That's delegate to permit, and officers will sort out the relevant conditions. Thank you very much. Would anyone like a quick 5-minute comfort break before our final item?
Yes, please. I would.
Okay, we'll just have a 5-minute comfort break before we come back for our third Right then, how are we doing? Councillor Hodge, Councillor Hughes is back. Councillor Hodge. Okay, so I think we're all back. And end of item. So we'll pick up then with item 3 on the agenda, Little Pear Tree Cottage, Tadwick. Can I invite the case officer Isabel Down to present her report, please?
Yeah, I will just share my screen. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Perfect. So this application is for the redevelopment of a previously developed garage site for an office, gym and annex to be used in connection with Little Pear Tree Cottage, which is in Tadwick. So here's the site location plan. So this is Pear Tree Cottage up here in blue, and then this is the part of the site which is subject to this application. This is the existing garage. The site's in the green belt and the area of outstanding natural beauty, and Tadwick House just here is a grade 2 listed building. So here's an aerial view which gives a bit of a better indication of what's going on the ground. So this is the cottage site, the cottage just here. This here is the existing garage building, and there's a sort of tarmacked concrete kind of parking area in front of it. This is sort of a raised grass verge, and then the access track, which is under the ownership of the applicant, is a public right of way. The existing site plan shows this a bit better as well. So you've got the garage here, the grass verge here, and then the access track running up here. And this here is Tadwick House and Pear Tree Cottage. So the proposed site plan is to replace the garage with the annex building here. There's space for one car to kind of park in front of the building. The existing floor plan of the garage, it's a single-storey building, so it's got quite a simple floor plan. Tarmacked area here, and then the grass verge again. So these are the existing elevations. The little diagram here gives quite a good indication of where you'd be standing to sort of see these views. So this one here is the front elevation. As you can see, it's kind of flat roof, simple plan with like a little lean-to element on the front. This is the rear elevation as if you were standing behind the garage, and then Tadwick House in the background. The side elevations, so this is as if you were, the top one is as if you were standing with Manor Farm to your back, looking up towards Pear Tree Cottage. And then this one is with Pear Tree Cottage at your back, looking down towards the garage with the farm buildings in the background. And then the existing section is quite useful to see how the land levels change. So the access track does slope up towards Pear Tree Cottage, and the existing building is set quite a lot lower than this property. So moving on to the proposed floor plans, there's a ground floor and a first floor, it's 2-storey. So the first floor and ground floor will have a store, bathroom, bedroom, and then a home gym area, and you can see the parking area to the front. And then on the top floor is a home office area, kind of meeting area, ancillary to the main house. And the proposed roof plans, you can see the positioning of roof lights on the 2 pitch roof elevations, side elevations of the building. And then proposed elevations, so this one here is the front elevation with kind of a pitch roof gable design with a lean-to off the side. And then this here is the rear elevation. Again, you can see Tadwick House kind of in the background. And then the side elevations, so this one here is stood with your back towards Manor Farm, looking up towards sort of Pear Tree Cottage, and then looking the other way at the bottom towards Manor Farm in the side elevation there. And again, a section drawing to kind of see the level changes a bit better and the height of the building there. Some site photos. So this one here was taken standing at the bottom of the access track looking up. You can just see Little Pear Tree Cottage chimney just there. The site is just in here past the farm building. This is the front of the site, so the garage, quite simple plan, flat roof, little lean-to element on the front with a small bit of stone wall and the parking area at the front. A few more of the site, so you can see there's a little raised grass area which is sort of held back by this retaining wall, with glimpses of kind of the countryside beyond, and you can just see the top of Little Pear Tree Cottage above the site. So this was stood with my back facing the garage at the moment, so you can just see there's a hedge separating the site and Little Pear Tree Cottage there, so you can just see it through the gap in the hedge. And then this is the side elevation of the garage building, so I'm stood up on that sort of grass verge which I described, looking towards the farm buildings and then beyond towards the hills and the open countryside. And then this is again stood on the verge, sort of looking towards the garage, and this is part of Manor Farm in the background. You see the wall of Manor Farm here and the roof line of the building. So the application is recommended refusal for the reasons outlined in the committee report. The development's considered to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt.
Thank you very much, Isabel. I have two speakers, the applicant Richard Coe, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, and then Councillor Kevin Guy. So Richard, I can see you, there you go.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's fine.
I hope you're all well. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. As you can see, my name is Rich. We moved into Pear Tree Cottage in December 2018. We've loved every minute of our time here and hope to remain here for many years to come. When we bought the property, the previous owner had made us aware of the supported pre-application letter that had been issued by the council to develop the garage. As we've all experienced, the impact of COVID-19 has had a profound and lasting effect on everyone around the world. I used to travel on a weekly basis with work, and overnight, like many of us, my work became this virtual work from home environment. It feels like all I do now is look down this camera for 14 hours a day, which is pretty weird. For the last year, I've been working from our bedroom where I'm sat today whilst family life goes on around me. My wife, Kat, is also now in a similar situation and is trying to work from our kitchen table whilst our kids, who are 7 and 5, are homeschooling. So I'm sure you'll understand it's been pretty hectic. It's been extremely challenging from a mental health perspective. It's put an enormous amount of stress and anxiety into our family. In June last year, my company announced it was permanently changing how we work and I'd be based from home for the foreseeable future. So given this massive shift in how both Kat and I work, we decided to seek planning permission to develop the garage. Very, very simply, the annex is designed to give our families some much needed breathing space, creating an office, a small area for exercise and a spare room if and when we have guests again. We specifically chose to work with Designscape because they designed the previously supported pre-app scheme. We asked them to design something that suited our family requirements and remained as true to the supported pre-app as possible and was actually smaller. We were also very aware of the approved development at Top Cottage, our neighbour, which is a large extension to their house. Their development is much, much more visible from Tadwick Lane and the surrounding hills than our proposed development, which is very much nestled down between existing buildings. Taking both the pre-app advice in good faith and the recently approved planning application of our neighbour's property, we felt confident that the annex would not have a disproportionate impact on the views from Tadwick Lane or the walking paths around the wider family. We were very pleased with the feedback from the planning officer that there were no issues or objections from any of the relevant council departments that were consulted about our plans. What we're a bit confused about is the inconsistency in the council's point of view with both the pre-app and the approved development of Top Cottage. We do hope our plans can be considered fairly and you'll take into consideration the very simple need as a family to create a balanced home and workplace given this crazy new world we now find ourselves part of. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Rich. Councillor Guy, please.
Hello, everybody. I think it's still good morning by 4 minutes, I think, just about. Okay. So this application is one of those rare instances when the parish council, ward councillors and the vast array of council departments such as highways, heritage and public realm, etc., all agree that they do not have concerns with this application. However, there is a sticking point for the rejection comes from concerns that this build, tucked away in a dip at the back of a very, very large working farm, will somehow have a detrimental impact on the openness of the green belt. The planning officer has reached this singular reason for objection based on the fact that the access track for Pear Tree Cottage, which has been highlighted in the pictures, forms part of the public right of way. So while people walk down that track, I quote, glimpses of the countryside, I repeat the word glimpses, will be blocked. This is not a large monstrosity that somehow blights William Blake's green and pleasant land, which is what our MPPF guidelines are there to protect. It is a small garage conversion tucked away at the back of a busy working farm. Now, I ask you, based on the MPPF guidelines for interpreting detrimental impact on the openness of the green belt, is it accurate and balanced interpretation of our MPPF guidelines? I put it to you, fellow councillors, that this is an individual interpretation of MPPF guidelines. We know this is an individual interpretation, as the separate planning officer involved in the pre-app had zero concern of this issue, and that application was of a larger scale. Therefore, based on the facts that ward councillors have no concerns, the parish have no concerns, and the vast array of council departments have no objections, and the only objection is based on a personal interpretation of the openness of the green belt, I would ask you to see common sense and approve this application, which will allow a young family to work from home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Guy. So questions for the officer. I have Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much. I am still here. This is Greenbelt, obviously, and I think the officer is quite right to have some regard, well, considerable regard to the regulations concerning Greenbelt. But what I can't quite find is the question of volume. This building, Pear Tree Cottage, presumably was built before 1948 when the legislation came in. So therefore, we would need to apply the rule of volumes and need to know if this, the cubic meterage of the garage, well, now actually it wouldn't apply, would it? Because the garage is already there. But I was just wondering whether there was in fact any increase in volume of living space if we permit this. That's my question. Is there an increase in the volume, and would the legislation apply? But actually, I suspect I've answered my own question.
So this site is being assessed under, I think it's part G of paragraph 145. So it's previously developed land. So it's not an assessment of just whether or not the building is materially larger. So it's not simply an assessment of volume. You can consider the volume. It's more of a spatial and visual assessment. So spatial would be things like the volume, the footprint. So I have got the volumes for you this morning because I know it's something that's raised in briefing yesterday. So the existing garage is about 111 meters cubed. The proposed building would be about 131 meters cubed. But it's not a sole assessment of that. It's also a visual assessment. So whether the proposed building would have a greater kind of visual impact on the green belt. So you can take the volume into consideration, but it's not a sole. That's not the only thing that this assessment's being based on. All right.
Well, and the other question, sort of related in a way, who is actually going to be looking at this building? If it's only offered, is that the national cycle track that's going past, or a bridle path, or what is actually off?
It is a public right of way, the footpath that runs alongside the property. So in my opinion, the site would be visible from the public realm and is visible from public viewpoints. I think visually as well, in my view is that the building is increasing in height and massing, so would have a greater visual impact, again, from viewpoints which can be seen from the public realm. Obviously, it is a matter of planning judgment.
But I mean, unless you've got a large company of hikers coming past, this is not actually a very well-frequented pathway, is it?
I mean, I don't know. I've never walked up there myself, but it is a public right of way. It could theoretically be used, and the site is therefore visible from the public realm. That's kind of the judgment that I've come to.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Thanks. Could the officer just show me the floor plan again? Just show me what the contents of this building will be, please.
I think it's that one. So this, yeah, the top one's the ground floor, and then the bottom plan is the first floor, top floor.
Okay, there's quite a lot for a home office, isn't it? I'm concerned that this could end up being something that's let as a holiday let or something. Can that be conditioned against if we were to allow it to go through?
I think if you were to approve it, I would recommend obviously a condition that meant that the building remained ancillary to the main house. I have spoken to the agent about this as well, and the applicant has indicated they'd be happy to kind of undertake a legal agreement to make sure that this building did remain ancillary to the main dwelling. I think in this case that would be necessary because obviously there is a fair degree of separation between the two buildings. I think it's about 23, 25 metres depending on where you measure from. And obviously it's in the middle of the countryside, so enforcing an ancillary condition on its own may be difficult. So a legal agreement would obviously tie that in. I don't know if Simon Barnes might be able to kind of elaborate on the legal side of it a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Simon, would it be possible to tie the studio to the house?
Yes, it would, Chair, if the committee felt that the tests in the MPPF for imposing a Section 106 agreement were met. You could certainly do that. I mean, the only thing I would point out is obviously the permission is for the redeveloped building to be used as an annex. So that's actually what the permission is for. But yes, if the committee felt that the tests for 106 were met, then one could be imposed, and that would need to tie the use of the redeveloped building as an annex to the use of the main dwelling.
Okay. Did you want to come back on that, Councillor Craig? No. Okay, I've got Councillor Rigby wants questions to finish. Councillor McPhee, have you got a question?
Yes. Will the second floor actually overlook Manor Farm?
No, I don't have any kind of residential amenity concerns. There are some obviously roof lights inside elevation, and there is quite a large sort of I guess Juliet balcony kind of on the back. But I don't think it's going to infringe on the privacy of sort of the users of the farm to a point which would cause significant harm. The Manor Farm, the area of Manor Farm which it would overlook is not residential. Right. So I think from that perspective the application is acceptable.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. Right, my question actually has already been answered, so I'll save myself for the debate, if I may. Thank you. Okay,
Councillor Hodge, did you have a question?
Yes, sorry, Squire. I don't know Tadwick at all, actually, and I just wanted to check it. This development feels to me like a new house where there was a garage in this village, and it's quoted that it's a hamlet of 7 houses. Is that correct? I don't think that's in your report.
I don't know how many houses there exactly, but Tadwick is a small hamlet, and I don't think it has a housing development boundary as far as I'm aware. So this property is within quite a small cluster of dwellings.
Okay, and the comments that the speaker made about pre-application and another permission, can you elaborate on that a bit from your
yeah, so the other permission at the other property, I must be honest, I don't know the details of what that application was for. The pre-application, however, was a pre-application which I think dates to 2011, so about 10 years ago, where a proposal was put forward and a more positive response was given by an officer, but this application has been brought before the committee because the plans which were kind of shown at that pre-application meeting we don't actually hold a record of, so I can't comment on the scale of the building. You know, I haven't kind of had that information, so it's before the committee, you know, in the interest of that, really.
And was there pre-application advice for this application?
Not for these specific plans, no. So there isn't a specific pre-app for this application that's in, although obviously there was some pre-app relating to this site in 2011, but they were different plans as far as I'm aware.
So it's not really relevant, the previous pre-app.
I mean, in my opinion, no, it was a very long time ago, and obviously, you know, pre-applications aren't binding in terms of the opinions given. But obviously that advice was given at the time, but because I don't have the full information, I think it's right that it's discussed in the public forum in the interest of transparency, really.
Okay, lovely, thank you very much.
I've got Councillor Hounsell in the debate. Councillor Hughes, did you have a question for the officer?
Yes, thank you. So I'm just wondering, I mean, it has all the components of a new home. So at what point do we consider this to be a new dwelling as opposed to an annex?
I think the important thing here is obviously it is an annex in the description. I think the indication of the applicant that they would be prepared to tie it to the main house as part of the legal agreement, you know, does show kind of in good faith how they are intending to use it. And obviously, I do feel that a legal agreement could make sure that's secured, and obviously a condition that it remains ancillary. I mean, it does have a lot of elements which would kind of make it tantamount to a new dwelling, but I think that the kind of legal agreement would overcome that.
And how enforceable is that condition?
I mean, I'd have to ask Chris Gom what he thinks on that in terms of enforceability. Obviously, we can attach the condition, we can do the legal agreement, but
it would come down to the purpose of putting the condition on, wouldn't it? So, Chris, did you want to make a comment on how enforceable that is? I mean, if the intention was to stop it becoming a separate dwelling, is there sufficient legal defence for if we were to give permission today?
Well, I think that would certainly pass the tests for a planning obligation. Clearly, it's not in a location where we would support a new dwelling, a separate dwelling that wasn't an annex. So in terms of imposing such a restriction, I think that would be absolutely fine in terms of the tests. And in terms of enforceability, I mean, a breach would be quite difficult to detect, I suspect, but it would nonetheless be detectable, and we would certainly be able to enforce the provisions of such an agreement in the usual way.
Councillor Hughes, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, okay. I think for now, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Jackson, did you have another question?
Yes, but I'd also like to say as a comment, we did take enforcement action against a resident in Ridlington about 5 or 6 years ago who turned their garage into a granny annex without planning permission. So, you know, we do have history, and I think our enforcement team are pretty competent in these areas. But what I wanted to ask was, I'm sort of assuming that we ought to have some sort of consistency in our decisions, even though I'm fully aware that every planning application is, to use Sarah Bevan's immortal phrase, sui generis, and needs to be considered on its own particular parameters. However, I'm wondering if it's relevant. We did a site visit to it. It's somewhere out near St. Catherine's, where in a traditional cottage, the other side of the road, they had a garage, and they developed it in more or less the same way as this, because we did give them permission in contrast to the officer's recommendation. And then I think later Granny took up residence, but it was all strictly subservient. She had no kitchen, no nothing. So it had to be dependent on the main house. And another one we did was somewhere near the airport. Somebody was converting a small barn where they'd stored agricultural equipment, but when the farm stopped working, obviously the agricultural equipment was not needed, and we allowed them to put an office in there. So I think there is a bit of history on this, and I'm wondering if it's relevant or whether we just carry on thinking about this particular hamlet.
Do you want to make a comment on other relevant issues, Isabel or Chris?
I mean, I think I'll probably go for Sarah's phrase here that every case is assessed on its own merits, and you know, it's obviously up to the committee to kind of decide either way on this one.
Okay, Councillor Davis, did you have a question for the officer?
Yeah, well, Councillor Hodge actually asked it, but then with Councillor Hughes' question, it raised another one. Is it possible to come back and if we put a condition on that they then ask for the condition to be removed, please? That it's tied with the house.
Yes.
In terms of if we were to condition it to be ancillary, then yes, that they could come in with a variation, a section 73 to remove that condition. Obviously, then we would be assessing the impacts of that being removed. I don't know what the case would be with the section 106, Simon.
Yep, Simon.
Shall I pick that up? Yeah. Well, in terms of a 106, there's two options. One is that an applicant, a landowner, can approach the council at any time and seek the council's agreement for the planning obligation to be modified or discharged. And obviously that would be a decision for the council to make. It's a discretionary decision. So the council would need to consider the policy position at that particular time. So that can happen at any time. The other avenue is that after 5 years, a landowner can make a formal application under the Town and Country Planning Act to the council to modify or discharge an agreement. The test for that is that the council has to ask itself whether the agreement still serves a useful purpose. And if the council refuses permission, there is a right of appeal to the Secretary of State. So there's two avenues. There's either agreement, which can happen at any time, or a formal application, which can only happen after 5 years, and for which there's a right of appeal.
Okay, Councillor Davis, are you all right with that? So I don't think we've got any more questions. So we go back to Councillor Hounsell, I believe, to kick off the debate.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I was struck by Councillor Hughes' comment about it's got all the components of a new home. As we know, individual circumstances are not relevant to a planning application because the individuals can move quite soon and the property will be there for many years. I am concerned about the size and extent of this proposal. Yes, it's got a personal gym. It's got quite a significant meeting area. It's got room for visitors. Now, wouldn't pretty well anybody that lives in our community, particularly in the rural community, actually like those things? And just because they're desirable doesn't mean that they should, that the applicant should have them. It does seem rather extensive for a studio. The fact that just a few people, or maybe hardly anybody, walks along the lane is irrelevant. The green belt in our area is full of paths. Some are well trodden, some aren't. That's not the point, it's the principle. And if there's a loss of view and it's slight, it's still a loss of view. Many of our villages and hamlets are washed over with green belt. And there's a real danger of setting up some sort of precedent where people feel they can develop their garages or outbuildings for their convenience. And we've got very, very strong green belt policies. So I'm minded to support the officer recommendation to refuse, and I'm quite happy to propose that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hodge has just jumped in and says she's having to second. I'm coming back to you. Sorry, I should have gone to Councillor Rigby first. So I'll come to you in a sec. Councillor Hodge, did you want to add any comment to your seconding?
No, I don't. I agree with all the points Councillor has made.
Okay, Councillor Rigby. Sorry, I didn't go back far enough in my list. Sorry.
That's okay, but I would have proposed an alternative way forward. I guess we're going to have to now go with what we've got on the table, and I unfortunately won't be supporting it. I completely agree with the officer that, but by definition, it is development in the green belt that is inappropriate. However, I think that I can argue very clearly that all these things are a balanced opinion. And so in no way am I disagreeing with the officer on that particular policy, which I believe is policy CP8. What I am saying is the harm that is caused is certainly less than substantial. And although I have sympathy for the applicants in terms of this suits their own family, I'm also terribly aware of the fact that we don't give permission to people, we give permission to buildings. So have listened very carefully to the questions and the answers about what the future of this building could be. Say this family chose not to live there or wanted to use it for something else. So I would be minded to say that I won't be supporting the current motion, and were that to fail, I would like to propose an alternative, which is that we delegate to permit, but with the conditions around making sure that this has a legal agreement to keep it annexed to the main house. But for now, I just need to say that I won't be supporting the current motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm slightly sympathetic to your view. I've got Councillor Jackson. Did you have a comment?
Oh, well, yes, I don't know what's got into the water. I mean, we're not in the same place at the moment, but I do actually thoroughly agree with Councillor Rigby. Planning is, I always think about context, and this building is not stuck out on a hillside or anything. It's tucked into the main cluster of buildings. It's not even actually clear when you look that it belongs to the cottage rather than to the main farm. And secondly, we are required, I believe, but I can be corrected by Mr. Barnes, to make reasonable judgments. And I think that the applicant would have a strong case at appeal to say that we were not being reasonable. And the reason why we're not being reasonable is because we also have policies to reduce out commuting. He and his wife are now working from home. And you could look at this as actually the creation of a small employment area. I'm not quite sure where that fits in Greenbelt policies, I must say, but the fact that we have given permission to similar applications in the past means that I think that in this case, were we to go with Councillor Hansel, we might be being deemed unreasonable, and it's hardly a prominent building. And as the officer said, the increase in cubic meters is only 20 increase. I know it's an extra story, but it's still, in the overall scheme of things, not that much. So I shall not be supporting this resolution. I hope it's going to fall, and then I hope Councillor Rigby is going to charge in with something appropriate, which I shall second.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge, you put request to speak in again, and then Councillor McPhee. Hang on, you might need to unmute.
I'll get this before the end of the year, how to do Zoom call. Is a small employment area, if that was what it would become, permitted under this permission, if that's what was suggested it might become. And also I just wanted to note before we come to vote, at some point it was said that the parish council was in support, and it wasn't. It's actually an objection from the parish council, so I just thought we should note that at some point in the discussion. But
okay,
would a small employment area be permitted on this site in that green belt? I suppose that's a question.
We might have to leave that hanging. Councillor McPhee, did you want to comment?
I was just going to say that I'm in Councillor Rigby's camp.
Okay, that is it. Councillor Hansel, you wanted to come back again? And you may need to unmute.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. Councillor Jackson refers to precedent and talks about we. Well, I know Councillor Jackson's been on the council much longer than I have, but in my time, I can't see. I'm not aware of any precedents for this in Greenbelt. And one of the examples that Councillor Jackson gave, she quite rightly made the point that this garage that was on the opposite side of the road was subservient to the main house because I think she said that there wasn't a toilet in. So we're dealing with quite a substantial building in this proposal, and I can see that it could be developed and be approved, but it's the size of it and extent of it that troubles me, and the fact that it is in Greenbelt, and our policies in Greenbelt are extremely strong. So I'll just make those comments, and just one final remark. I mean, the meeting room. People are talking now about it being a sort of an employment hub. Well, that's certainly not something that we can just sort of pass lightly today. So I still strongly support the officer recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have to say, as a rural councillor, that actually rural working space is hard to come by, and it's a big issue, certainly in the villages around this way, about whether we seek to create space to work in the countryside, and in terms of working hubs, because we don't have libraries.
Yeah. Can I just come back? But that's not the application.
No, it's not. And I think the application...
let's not speculate.
The application hinges on openness of the greenbelt, really, doesn't it? And whether the harm is substantial or not. Chris, did you want to come in? Yes, you want to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted, before members went to the vote, I just wanted to clarify what is meant by openness. Obviously, policy resists development in these circumstances, which has a greater impact on openness on the greenbelt. And obviously, that's the reason Izzy is recommending refusal, because this is a change from a small building to a building that's larger, somewhat larger. And openness fundamentally is about the absence of built form, and that's what greenbelt policy seeks to ensure, that continued absence of built form. Much has been made really of how visible the building is from the lane and from other vantage points. Visual impact is relevant, but as Izzy said, openness also has a spatial aspect. So the absence of visual intrusion does not mean that there's no impact on openness of the greenbelt. It's something that can be taken into account, and how visible the building or the works to the building is or will be from the lane or from other public rights of way and so on. But the site will, of course, will be visible from other vantage points, and it does have that spatial aspect as well. So it's not simply a matter of if it can't really be seen from the lane, therefore there's no impact on openness. It's a more complicated assessment than that, Chair. I just wanted to make that point, really.
Okay, thank you. Right, we have a motion on the table.
No, I want to.
Oh, hang on, two speakers have popped up. Sorry, while I was listening to that. Councillor Hodge and then Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I think we have to be clear, as Chris says, that the policy resists development, and the officer felt it would be more visually dominant and spatially prominent than a garage. And I'm not clear that very special circumstances have been demonstrated in this case. Who has demonstrated? What are the very special circumstances about this two-storey building replacing a garage in a small hamlet of 7 houses? Is the point I would make.
Point well made. Councillor Davis.
Really, there's nothing against having an office there, but do we need so much? Does it need to go to the second floor? Could it not be done on one floor, which probably wouldn't cause so much aggro as it's causing at this moment in debate? But so I can see the need for an office and don't have a problem with the principle, but why you need to have so much there, I'm not quite clear.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councillor Davis. I mean, if it was on a smaller scale, I don't think there'd be too much of an issue. But there's one thing to create an office to work from home, but to create an office with meeting rooms and bedrooms, etc. It's quite a big scale for that. So yeah, I think the scale is just a bit too big, I think.
Okay, so no more speakers, so we'll move to the vote. The motion is to support the officer's recommendation to refuse for the reasons given. I'll go alphabetically and start with Councillor Clark.
For.
For, thank you. Councillor Craig.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against. Oh, I'm for the officer's recommendation. Sorry. For the officer. Sorry, wrong way around. For the officer's recommendation.
You're for the motion to support the officer's recommendation.
Yes, sorry.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor McPhee.
Against.
Councillor McCabe. Abstain. Councillor Rigby.
Against.
Marie, can you top that up for me?
5 in favour of the motion, 3 against and 2 abstentions. So that's carried, Chair.
Thank you. So the motion is to refuse as per the officer's recommendation, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Much discussion around that, and we can break now for lunch. Can I remind everyone to switch off their audio and their video, and we will be back promptly at 2 o'clock. Okay. Well, I hope everyone's had a nice lunch break. We're sort of four minutes away from starting. Right, nearly there. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock. I think we're still live on YouTube. We reconvene after lunch now, and can I begin by asking the Democratic Services Officer just to remind members of the public who are speaking this afternoon on the procedure.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the public and ward councillors not on the committee have indicated they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speaking and the times allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. I will time the speeches and inform the chair using the chat function when the time is up. The chair will then ask speakers to immediately conclude their remarks. After making their statement, speakers will remain in the meeting so they can observe the debate. However, they have no further right to speak and so should mute their microphone and switch off their video. Once their item has finished, speakers will be removed from Zoom and can view the rest of the meeting on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder that I had declared an interest in item 6, which is the 5G mast. I have shareholdings in TrueSpeed, and originally I had felt it would make it difficult for me to object should I be minded to a mast, and then after the clear steer from the last committee, I was also then complained about from the other side and thought I was then biased in favour. So I am stepping out again from that item so that the decision I can't undermine the decision of the committee. So moving on to item 4 then, which is 113 Wellsway. Can I welcome back Isabel Dione and ask her to present her report?
Yeah. I'm getting a message to say the host has disabled screen sharing. I don't know if
Uh-oh.
I might be able to allow that.
I hope that's nothing to do with me.
Sorry, Matt.
Mike, are you there?
So I'm just trying to solve it now. Bear a second.
Okay, phew. Oh.
So it's taking a little while, but you should be able to do it now. Go, have a go.
Yeah, I think so. Can everyone see that?
Something's happening. Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, so this application is a permission in principle application for the erection of one dwelling at 113 Wellsway in Camerton. Just a bit of background on a permission in principle application. We haven't had that many in Baines. I thought it would be useful to just talk about what they were. So permission in principle is an alternative route of getting planning permission for housing-led development. It's essentially a two-stage process which separates the consideration of principal matters from the technical details, which are things such as the design, ecology, parking, etc. The first stage, which is this current application, basically establishes whether a site is suitable in principle for the development proposed. Should the applicant get permission, they would then have to come in with something called technical details consent, which is the second stage of the process, and that's when we assess all the kind of finer details. So at this stage, the following matters can be considered: the location of development, the land use, and the amount of development. So this is the site location plan. This here is the entire site at the moment. So this road here is the Wellsway, and then this here is Manor Road. The property 113 Wellsway has its parking area and vehicular access to the rear off of Manor Road rather than at the front on the Wellsway. So the bit outlined in red is the bit of the site which actually relates to this application. So here we have an aerial view. So this is the main house at the moment. This building to the rear is a residential annex, which I think got permission in 2020. This is the rear parking areas existing, which is access of Manor Road. And then this is the Wellsway. The site is kind of this bit here. Some site photos. So this is the site from the frontage with the hedge kind of separating. This is the neighbouring property. I just kind of got this shot to show you the length of the garden because it's quite difficult to see through the hedge. This photo here is the rear of the site. So the kind of cream rendered building is the garage residential annex, and that's the existing parking area. And this photo here, the sort of yellow rendered wall, is the front wall of the site as existing. A few more photos of the site. So again, the photo with the kind of yellow creamy wall is the front of the site. You can kind of see the two-storey house next door. So the application is recommended for approval for the reasons outlined in the committee report.
Okay, so we don't have any speakers for this, so go straight to questions to the officer. Councillor Craig.
Thank you. There's a bit of discussion in the documents about this, like whether PIP type application should or should not consider access to the main road there, and whether that's a viable and correct thing to do. Could you just clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, so we wouldn't consider any of the kind of technical details to do with access and highways. The applicant doesn't have to indicate kind of where they would have an access at this stage. They don't have to give us any kind of indication of where the house would be in the site, the access, etc. Highways have commented on the application and said that, you know, in principle, this site could be accessed by car, foot, public transport and cycling. That in principle that could happen. It would be at the technical details stage where the applicant would have to kind of show that the kind of safe visibility and suitable amount of parking could be provided. So I think the judgment has been taken here that in principle this site could have an access, but obviously, you know, subject to the details at a later stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, the opening statement said to establish whether the site's suitable for the development proposed, but there is no development proposed. So I'm really not sure of the object of the exercise and how we can actually even make a judgment on this as no proposal actually exists.
So the development proposed is one dwelling at the site. So the development would be one house. Essentially, at this stage, the applicant doesn't need to give a site layout plan, any indication of what the development would look like. It's looking at the in principle issue. So it's looking at the in principle, could we have a dwelling here? And then at a later stage, we would be assessing kind of site layout, the position of the dwelling in the site, the design, etc. I mean, you know, for the reasons in the report, it's felt that in principle, the site is in a location where we could feasibly approve a dwelling. It's in the housing development boundary. It's in, you know, the residential area, that kind of thing. But yeah, you know, the applicant isn't obliged to kind of give any sort of further details. So we're sort of assessing kind of on fairly minimal details here.
So it doesn't actually carry any weight going forwards, other than perhaps to increase the land value.
Potentially, I mean, obviously, it gives an indication as to whether, in principle, a dwelling could be put on the site. Obviously, at technical detail stage, if they came forward with a design, for example, which was unacceptable, that could still be refused. And you obviously need both consents to be able to build the house, you know, in the first instance. So, yeah, I mean, it could be a land value thing, and that may be the advantage here. But we're looking at the in principle issues, and then obviously at further details stage, we'd look at all the other material considerations.
Okay, great, thank you.
Could we make a comment on it in terms of so I was just thinking that a house at the back of the site would be sort of unpleasant for the neighbours on the either side, but clearly there's the two houses on those adjacent sites. Could we say something along the lines of it needs to follow the existing pattern of development?
I don't think you can't attach planning conditions to permission principles. It's potentially something that could, I don't know if this is possible, Chris, but maybe a line added in the report to advise the applicant, but we can't add a condition. It would be for them to come forward at technical detail stage with where they were going to put the house. And obviously at that point, we may turn around and say, well, actually bringing it forward or backwards or wherever would be better. So it's not something we can condition. I don't know if we could add, you know, an informative paragraph to the report, Chris, or any decision. I don't know if that's a possibility.
Yes.
I would not favour, to be honest, but adding an informative to a decision notice, sort of steering a developer in a particular direction in terms of design. I think the best way, if members are minded to grant permission for this, I think the best way would be simply to correspond with the applicant and make that clear to him or her.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I'm really struggling with this one. I much prefer to see an outline planning application come in where we might get a better idea of access and the actual block plan location where the dwelling might be, because have I got it correct? They could be going to put a 4-storey block of flats on here or a small sheltered 1-bedroom bungalow, and the bulk of whatever dwelling it is in relation to the size of the plot and the location, I think it's rather is that not a rather important consideration? But we're not apparently. Is it correct? We can't sort of think about these things.
So we can
yes or no to this particular bit of green grass.
So we can obviously have a look at the amount of development proposed. So in this case, they are just proposing a single dwelling. So it wouldn't they wouldn't be able to come in for a block of flats, because that would be more than one dwelling, even though it might be one building. But yeah, essentially, you know, they could come in with a 6-bedroom house or a 1-bedroom bungalow. It's just a single dwelling, but obviously the scale would need to be commensurate to the site, and that would be something which would be kind of fully assessed at the next stage. So it's obviously an in principle, could you put a dwelling in this site on this site, and then, you know, the scale of it would be assessed kind of at a further stage.
And I promised I'd ask Darren a question as he's here. Sorry, Eleanor, we got one more.
Yeah, we have various. I'm not sure we've got a specific policy on it. We have a sort of various rules of thumb about back garden development. Does this count as a back garden development, or is that irrelevant?
So the site is actually kind of in front of the existing dwelling. I'll just pop back to the site plan actually.
Oh yes, please.
If that's all right. Actually, the aerial view is probably better. So this, no, it's not. There we go. Sorry. So this is the main house here. This is kind of their rear garden and the existing annex. So the site is actually this bit here. So it's actually forward of this property. So the site's kind of more in line with the, let me just whiz through to this photo. So it's this portion of the site in front of what is 113 Wellsway. So it wouldn't be a development in their back garden. It would actually be in the front garden. But their kind of back garden is at the moment features sort of the main vehicular entrance rather than it off the front, if that makes sense.
So if this goes ahead, their front garden effectively becomes their back garden because they won't have any access through it.
Yeah, I mean the main access for 113 is off of Manor Road at the back, because this is their parking area, you know, walking through. But yeah, essentially if this portion of the site, and there's you know, they don't have to give any detail at this stage of whether there would be an access path running up through to this house or whether it would solely become off of the back entrance. But yeah, I mean effectively this portion of the site would be for the proposed dwelling.
And what will happen about those trees?
That would be something again that we would have to look at in technical details consent stage, whether or not they were coming down or whether we felt they needed to be protected. So our arboricultural officer could be consulted at that stage. But again, it's not something that we can consider as an in principle issue.
Thanks.
Okay, Darren, highways. Is it there can only be one way on and off from this site? There are no issues. No issues for highways.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there will only be one driveway serving the new premises. When we looked at this one, we did note that there were 2 other existing private driveways closer to the junction. We are aware that that doesn't necessarily create a precedent, and we would be interested in the technical details of the private access should the applicant move forward to stage 2 of the application. So at that stage, we would be looking at the width of the access, the visibility from the access, and just to make sure that they are able to provide the policy compliant number of off-street car parking spaces. I think we would encourage them to have a look at on-plot turning facilities as well, so that anybody exiting onto the highway can do so in a forward gear.
Right. Any further questions for the officers? No, I've got Hal. Now, are you the ward councillor, Hal? Are you going as the ward councillor?
I am. I'm going as the ward councillor.
Would you like to open up the debate for us, please?
Yeah. So this is the first time I've come across permission in principle, and I read the instructions carefully and I read the report carefully. And obviously for us around here, we know how dangerous it is down there. And that is why people from the Keynsham Town Council expressed doubt over the junction. And Darren is quite right that you wouldn't want to be reversing out there. But when you read the instructions, it seems that we can't take those things almost into account because they all go into the technical details submission. And what one feels is going to happen is that they're going to sell it with permission in principle, and then it's going to come to us and we're all going to turn it down. So I am left slightly puzzled that I would let something go through, which I'm very doubtful about. What I would say is, and I'm not sure it was clear from Isabel's slide, is that's quite a steep hill. So the house at the back will still have a view, I believe. I don't know if Isabel could confirm, but it is quite a deep slope so that it won't stand in front. And also I would say that if you were going north and the house was built, if it was built in the same kind of style as the two that Darren referred to, no one would know what had happened. It would seem to be part of the single run. The point that was just made about the tree, seems that Eleanor made about the tree, is a very good one. I don't see how you can put the parking in with room to turn and keep that tree and build a house. So I don't know if that is enough for us to switch our allegiance. So at the moment, I'm a reluctant permit.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not particularly keen on it. I mean, apart from there's some obvious concerns with the consequences for the neighbours, for their views on what looks like open fields. I would just prefer them to come back with an actual plan and tell us actually what they're planning to do, rather than this that doesn't seem to really mean anything.
Any other comments? Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I understand, and I listened to what both councillors just said. I feel that this is a position we're in, that, and I have been on the planning for quite some time, but not one we've normally dealt with. I do feel here our hands, to a certain extent, just to develop in principle. I think we have to go with the officer's recommendation. So I'm quite happy to move that we go with the officer's recommendation as printed, although I do share the reservations made, but I think those have to be addressed when something in more detail comes back, because all the problems that or the queries that we've got in our minds, we can't answer, or this doesn't cover. So I'm happy to go with the officer's recommendation as printed, and wait to see what comes back in future.
Fair enough. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Yeah,
Clark.
I'm happy to, Matt.
Yep.
I'll
I've got
second
you.
it.
Do you want to say anything in support of that, or we move straight to the vote?
No, I basically, having listened to the discussion, the debate on it, I do think a lot of the reservations about it would pertain to the next stage, and that's when we would, or the committee at that time would discuss that and either permit or not. So I just see at this point in time we're not in a position to concern ourselves about what may or may not happen to a tree. And I think, as I understand it, and it's been put to me, we're just being asked to grant what's it called, a permission to proceed. So I don't have a problem with it. In principle, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I've got Councillor Jackson.
Well, I know this question's already been raised by Councillor McPhee, but I'm very deeply, and I don't want to prejudge the next planning application that comes in. We might actually say, oh wow, just the right thing. But I wonder if we could have a little bit more to ease my conscience about voting for something which I suspect, when it comes in with a tree removed and a dangerous looking drive and a not very attractive design, I might feel compelled to vote against.
I think that's a reason. It's a reasonable concern to have. I think we but we can all vote in favour of the idea of permission in principle and then wait to see what comes. But we know we've had the discussion and we know what the issues are going to be, and it's really up to the applicant to overcome the issues that have been raised. So it's whether you object in principle to a building on this site. Hal, did you want to add something?
Well, it's just the point that the officer made about writing to the applicant afterwards, just making these points. They did suggest, didn't they, that they could do that?
Yeah, I think Sally's right. We need to back the officer's recommendation in this instance.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, I'm struggling as well with the position of objecting in principle, because it seems, is it that we have to permit it in principle because there's no constraints on the site, even though we feel that it's the wrong place for a development, you know, for all the reasons we've talked about, highways, neighbours, and I know we can't get into those details later, but how do we, looking through the text, how do we, as Eleanor Jackson says, what are our reasons for objecting? It's almost, I don't know, it's such a strange category, permission in principle, when you feel you want to, in principle, object to it, but your basis for in principle objecting is based on amenity and it being the wrong site for a house. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, maybe the officer can clarify that.
It's tricky. I'll ask Chris in a sec. Councillor Rigby, do you want to chip in?
Thank you very much. Yeah, and it's adding actually to what Councillor Hodge just said. My interpretation of the decision we're being asked to make today is that we can, were we to think that we didn't want to give permission in principle, we can say, actually, it doesn't matter what the look and feel of the house is, it doesn't matter what the design of the house is, it doesn't matter what comes forward at a subsequent date. We are saying, in principle, we don't want to build on that land. So my understanding is that unless I'm saying that there is absolutely nothing that could be built there as a single dwelling that I think would be appropriate, I go along with the officer's recommendation now. But I don't believe that ties our hands in any way, were we to be the group of people who heard it, about what actually comes forward as a specific at that case. Is my understanding, because I think that's almost what you were also saying, Councillor Hodge, is that the right understanding?
Chris, can you offer some help?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to clarify, the committee can in principle object if the committee feel that there are issues which are impossible to resolve at technical details consent stage. So the committee are looking at the principle of development on this site, and whilst technical details will be submitted at a later date, presumably, the principle of the development can encompass issues which relate to the principle, the fundamental principle of there being development on the site. So, I mean, for example, Chair, there has been some case law where an inspector dealt with an application for permission in principle for a dwelling down a little country lane, and that was refused on highways grounds in principle, because the site in principle couldn't be accessed by an acceptable highways arrangement, because the lane was completely unsuitable. The applicant didn't own any of the land either side of that lane, and so couldn't widen it or improve it in any way. So the council, and then subsequently the inspector, felt that that was in principle unacceptable in highways grounds, and that nothing that could be submitted at the technical details consent stage could resolve that. So highways could be, and other issues could be, or could fall within the scope of this application, if if members think that there's a significant issue there and they think that it's impossible for it to be resolved at technical detail consent stage.
Okay, so if you feel that it's impossible, I've got Councillor Jackson, and then
I've got
Councillor
another question. If you stand by that wall on the main Wellsway and you look towards the little terrace that the main house is in, I think it's beautiful. It's a lovely piece of urban design. And I know this is not in the conservation area, but is a valid reason for objecting at this stage the effect on the urban design of the street?
Sort of is that another question for the officer? Chris, do you want to have a go?
That could be a consideration, Chair, if the committee feel that putting any building on this site is unacceptable in principle because of the impact on the character of the street. So any building would have an unacceptable impact, and that couldn't possibly be resolved at the technical detail stage. Then that does go to the principle of the development. Yes.
Councillor Craig.
Thanks. I'm not sure if we're in debate or questions now, but I just wanted to say that.
I think as this is something very new, that there is lots of points of clarification I think that I need.
Yeah, I mean, I just it does seem awkward, but it could be that they'll come forward with a very small, sheltered one-bedroom bungalow on there or something with plenty of room for a little car to turn around and come out front ways. And as Darren said, the building next door has got cars that come out closer to the junction, so there is a precedent there for cars to come out on the road, and in that case it would be okay. So I'm feeling that I can't do anything but go with the officer's recommendation here.
Councillor McPhee.
I support what Councillor Craig said. When I think about it, as I said before, if you're going north, so coming down the hill, if there was another house built there in the same rough style, that's further away than the terraces, which will sit on their own. That's 100 to 103. It'll work. It's such a steep slope that I believe that the houses at the top there will still have vision. So at the end of the day, I think it is feasible. So that's why I support the current decision.
Okay, so we have a motion in front of us to support the officer's recommendation to permit or to approve at this stage. I'll go through alphabetically. So starting with Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I'm taking the local councillor's steer on this, so I'm 4.
Councillor Hounsell.
4.
Councillor Hughes.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor McPhee.
4.
Councillor McCabe. 4. Councillor Rigby.
4.
4. So is that 9, 4 and 1 against, Marie?
Yeah, that's correct. 9, 4, 1 against. That's carried.
Okay, so that is carried, and we look forward to seeing you again, Isabel, with the the application that comes through, or maybe it'll have solved all the problems. And just on a final question on that, maybe to Chris. So that's permission in principle. So would the application, because that was considered at committee, would that come back to committee once the application comes in, or if officers feel that the development answers all the concerns we've raised, that it could just be approved by officers?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is that there'd be no automatic calling to committee. It would follow the normal processes in terms of being referred and called in and so on.
Okay, so Councillor McPhee, you'll be keeping an eye out for an application. Okay, we move on to, if everyone's happy to continue, we'll have a break after this one. 1 Cambridge Place, Widcombe Hill. Can I invite the case officer, Laura Batham, to present her report?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pull up the presentation now. Can you see the presentation?
Yep.
Okay. Item 5 of the agenda relates to a number 1 Cambridge Place. So this is a Grade 2 listed building, and the application is before committee as the applicant is related to a councillor. So the application seeks consent for secondary glazing and associated draft proofing across 2 floors of the property. The property is located on Woodcombe Hill, and it's one of a pair of semi-detached buildings. The floor plan indicates secondary glazing is proposed for the sitting room, a study and the spare bedroom on the ground floor. 2 windows within the bedroom and a further window serving the stairs at the first floor. So I have cross sections just indicating the magnetic secondary glazing system. So it's proposed to use magnets to apply a layer of perspex to the internal face of each sash. And the drawings identify associated draft proofing that will improve thermal efficiency. So this is a picture of the front elevation of the property. So it's the 2 windows in the centre of that photo there. And then we've got photos of the windows from the interior. So they do change in design. These photos are just showing an example of a similar system, well, the same system fitted in a different property. So it's a very light touch approach. We consider it sensitive to the character of the listed building, and it's supported because it requires minimal intervention, minimal works. It's also easily removed in the future, especially during the summer months if it's not required. So we received 1 representation raising concerns that all the windows in the property had not been included in this application. However, it's not considered that omitting some windows would lead to an imbalanced appearance or harm the character of the listed building. So the application is recommended for approval as set out in the agenda.
Thank you. We don't have any speakers, so questions to the officer. Let me put in and no questions coming up. Councillor Rigby, happy to move a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that this is a great solution. I'm very pleased to see it coming forward. It's a real passion of mine that we help in any way we can to do listed building applications that enhance the environmental impacts of our many listed buildings whilst protecting their visual impact. And I think this one does it absolutely perfectly. So I have no hesitation at all in moving the officer's recommendation to permit.
Councillor Jackson, you jumped in there to move, but slightly behind Councillor Rigby. Are you happy to second?
Yes, I'm very happy to second.
Jolly good. Were there any further comments? Nothing coming in. Okay, so we have a motion to accept the officer's recommendation on this. I'll go in reverse order. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe. For. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
So that's unanimous. Well done, the magnetic double glazing or whatever, secondary glazing. So that's carried officer's recommendation. And before we move on to the 5G mast, would anyone like a quick break? No?
Yeah, just 5 minutes.
Yes. Yep, a couple of people saying 5 minutes. So we'll come back in 5 minutes. I will keep my things off, and Vice Chair Councillor Sally Davies will take over the chairing of that item. See you in 5 minutes.
speakers are just being let in and we're just seeing all councillors are back. And then we'll move on. I think that's all the councillors taking part in this part with us. Am I right, Marie?
Yes, I think everybody's.
Yeah, and I think all the speakers are also in.
Yes, the speakers for this item are all in now, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving on then with the Chris is here. Yeah, Chris is ready there. So we're moving on then with item 6, which is the Larkhall Sports Club, Chalcombe Lane. And Chris, if you like to present your report, and then we'll move on with speakers and so on.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all see my screen okay.
Yeah.
I'll just start the presentation. Okay. So item 6 on the agenda is an application for the erection of a 20-metre high monopole supporting 3 antennas and 2 0.3mm dishes above the top. Sorry, talking over me. The installation of one equipment cabinet on a new base station and the installation of ancillary equipment, and that's at the Larkhall Sports Club, Chalcombe Lane, Chalcombe. Just before I launch into the presentation, members will note the update report that's been provided in response to a number of late representations received. We did also receive one further representation following the update report being published, but that didn't raise any new issues that haven't already been covered in the report. So the application site is on the north side of Bath, on the edge of the sort of Larkhall, Chalcombe and Lower Swainswick area, as you can see from this site plan here. It's located in the northwestern corner of the Larkhall Sports Ground. As you can see here, the site is outlined in red. We've got Woolly Lane along one side and Chalcombe Lane this side. This plan also shows you the access route where they would be putting a temporary access track to enable the construction of the compound and the proposed mast. Also worth noting, there is an existing 15-metre high monopole telecoms mast in the corner of this field, which was subject of an application in December last year that came before the planning committee, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Here's an aerial photograph. So we're in this corner of the field here. You can see sports ground and the sports club with dense tree line along the northern boundary, on the west side of Woolly Lane, on the southern boundary of the sports club here. There's also a dense line of conifers along the eastern boundary of the football club. It's quite useful to note that because that's quite an easy way to pick the site out in the longer views from the east. The site is within the green belt and it is within the area of outstanding natural beauty. It also lies near the edge of the World Heritage Site and forms part of the setting of the World Heritage Site. There's an SNCI down in this area here, but it's not, the application is not within that SNCI. And just about 150 metres to the north is Twinfield Farm, which is a grade 2 listed farm building as well. So moving on to the plans, so the proposal would be to create a new compound for size in the corner of the field, which would be a security compound with some equipment cabinets in it and a new 20-metre high monopole on a concrete base. The diameter of that monopole is approximately ½ a metre in width. And then moving on to elevation, so the pole itself is 20 metres, and then there is the mast head above that. So the overall height is 23.4 metres, just to be very clear on that. And it would look like this. Now, I referenced the item that was before committee in December for a replacement 20-metre mast on the site of the existing telecoms mast that is in the Larkhall Sports Ground, which is about 60 metres to the south of this application site. Those plans, as shown on the screen here, were for, yes, a slightly lower telecoms pole. It was 19.7 meters tall, but it did house far more equipment and therefore was a much bigger, broader pole with a much larger masthead. And members refused that due to its visual impact on the AONB and the green belt. So just moving on to some photographs of the site. So this is the corner of the field here. We can see the hedge boundary along Woolly Lane to the west, and then beyond that the tree line that forms the western side of Woolly Lane. And this is just looking west as well. And then this is looking from Woolly Lane back down across the sports ground. You can see the ground slopes down to the east, and the line of conifers at the end of the sports club there on the east side, and the trees along the north side. This is just looking up Woolly Lane to the north, and the mast would be in this sort of location around here. This is looking back the other way, so you can see the existing monopole containing a single antenna in the corner of the field there. A bit of a better image on this side here, and that was the subject of the application in December. Just for context, this is this car park for the sports club looking east. This is looking down Chalcombe Lane to the east, and then moving across the other side of the valley, looking back across from the east towards the sports club. This is the line of conifers I referenced earlier, which forms the eastern boundary of the application site, and the existing monopole is very barely visible in this sort of location here, and the application site is behind these trees over here. And we've got some further images in a minute. This is just another view from the west, from St. Swainthorpe's Gardens. Again, you can see the line of conifers on the eastern boundary of the site. And then we're moving down to Valley View Road. At the bottom of Valley View Road, looking up, you can just about, again, make out that line of conifers to see the site from the east. This is a view that I've added since the briefing yesterday, which was submitted by a member of the public, which is a view from Lark Hall, from Fairfield. And you can see, to orientate yourself here, you can see the existing 15-meter high monopole here. And roughly speaking, the proposed mast would be in this location here. And obviously it's 23.4 with the masthead. Moving on to some photo montages. So this is a view from Salisbury Hill up at the very top. So you can see the sports club there, and I'll zoom in a moment just to give you a better picture. There's the existing monopole to the south of the application site, and there is the proposed mast. You can see the masthead rising above the tree line there. There's an image from a montage from obviously adjacent to the application site, showing you what the monopole would look like. And then this is from the sort of northwest of the site, looking back towards the site, so you can see it again rising above the tree line with the masthead there. And then finally, this is a view looking south along from Woolly Lane. So this is sort of halfway towards Twinfield Farm. Again, you can see that the masthead just rising above the tree line there. And just a reminder, not that it's needed, members are well acquainted with this now, of paragraph 116 of the NPPF, which is of key importance in respect of these sorts of applications regarding telecoms masts, and in light of the numerous comments we've received from members of the public. Local planning authorities must determine applications on planning grounds only. They should not seek to prevent competition between different operators, question the need for an electronic communication system, or set health safeguards different from the International Commission's guidelines for public exposure. And as I've set out in the report, the application is accompanied by a declaration that they are complying with those Commission guidelines. The officer's recommendation is to approve the application, subject to conditions, and I'm happy to take any questions out of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And we have speakers, and these have got 5 minutes between them, and it'll be the same the other way. So first, it's David Robinson, and Karen Churchill, and Fiona Williams.
Great. Hi, everyone. So an upgrade to the existing mast nearby was refused on visual amenity grounds last month. As a planning consultant and architect, I can't see how such a large increase in new development can reasonably be justified as less harmful. For consistency, the committee can only refuse this application. Proposals represent a duplication of telecoms masts within 60 metres, a completely new development within the Greenbelt and AOMB. My summary of objections document within the case file goes into more detail, but the view that harm is caused to the Greenbelt and AOMB is not subject to interpretation. The case officer confirms that this does not comply to national and local policy and can only be viewed as inappropriate. Paragraph 141 and 172 states that local authorities should conserve and enhance landscapes or visual amenity within Greenbelt and AOMB, and this carries great weight. The new mast can't reasonably be viewed as conserving or enhancing. National policy advises that inappropriate and harmful development shouldn't be approved except in very special circumstances. To be clear, incomplete information and personal guesswork does not meet the standard of very special circumstances. The case officer confirms that the benefits are hard to quantify and makes anecdotal statements on this, and it does not clearly or convincingly demonstrate justification for proposals that cause harm. There is no evidence to suggest the area or emergency services suffer from poor access to digital services or unreliable communication. Indeed, most people here today will be using fibre optic cable, not 4 or 5G. The new mast will be permanently visible above the tree line to allow clear signals. All the surrounding trees that Chris mentions for screening are outside of the application site. Their condition is unknown, as the tree report is only based on 4 trees. The case officer confirms that no measures can be put in place to ensure they are kept in place or that they provide permanent screening. The site is highly visible from Fairfield and Larkhall, but this outlook has been ignored and no information has been provided. Any visual impact will be greater than the existing condition. The equipment at the masthead can't be painted to blend in, and the case officer has suggested painting the mast pole, but no information has been provided or agreed. I show visual studies within my report, but it is concerning that the case officer's assessment is based on guesswork and undefined information. A statement that a mast elsewhere is unlikely to gain consent is also guesswork. The refused application at last month's meeting represented a 572% increase at the existing mast, significantly larger than these proposals. The case officer can't rely on a single refused application, very different in nature, as justifications that all options have been exhausted at this existing site. To be clear, no planning process has taken place to definitively explore all options. An upgrade to the existing mast could conceivably happen, but is untested. An appeal could also be pending, and until that outcome is known, 2 masts could end up being located here, running the real risk of being incrementally developed over time. To my view, the application does not meet basic standards set in policy and cannot proceed. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Karen Churchill.
Good afternoon, everybody. The case officer states in his report that this mast will pose no threat to safety, but this application has no details of frequencies and doesn't show where the exclusion zones are, unlike the current application in Radstock, which does. If this plan is passed, the site would have 2 masts, and the accumulated radiation effect from both is uncertain. There is also uncertainty about ICNIRP as an organisation. They have broken their agreement regarding the Scientific Code of Ethics with their parent organisation, IRPA. Other countries set safety levels 10 times lower, and law courts have recently ruled that ICNIRP and their guidelines are unreliable. There is no need to set aside ICNIRP, but there is a need to include all evidence alongside it when determining whether this is an acceptable use of the Larkhall sports field, and also when addressing the question of whether this plan is compatible with the welfare of children and other residents living nearby. Without the information about exclusion zones or a report on the evidence we have submitted on non-thermal effects of radiation, it would be precautionary to refuse this mast. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Fiona Williams.
The applicants claim this mast is for 4G. The planning officer's report, however, cites 5G and the need for connectivity as a justification for the mast. So which is correct? Of course, a 4G mast can later be upgraded to 5G without going through the planning process, as happened with the mast at Barthampton Down. You may be voting for a 4G mast now and end up with a 5G mast with no say in the matter. We know the government is pressuring local authorities to enable the rollout of 5G and wants to make it easier to put up masts on private land. But for now, we still have a choice and you still have powers. Regarding connectivity, there's a good 4G signal in the area. For home working, it's not so much increased mobile coverage that's needed as fast broadband, which fibre optic can provide with cables buried out of sight. If we end up with a 5G upgrade, it will largely be for connecting smart appliances and mining personal data. Surely it's not worth ruining the beauty of this area with a 75-foot mast for such dubious benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to Paul Street, who's agent, speaking in favour. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Paul, just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Right, thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Street and I speak to you today as agent for the applicant. In the time available, given the comments within the committee report and conclusions, there's not too much that I wish to say. It is points of clarification that I mainly need to make. I will say from the start that this proposal is to provide replacement network coverage, and it's also not to provide 5G network coverage. It is a replacement development, not a new development. And regarding the planning history, the need for a new site arose upon the removal of the mast that was located on land at New Point Farm, Collier's Lane, about 600 metres to the west. It was sited up to the highway boundary and visible from the road. The need here is to maintain the 2G, 3G and 4G coverage, with there being some improvements in network capacity also proposed by this development. This proposal also follows the refusal of an application for a mast on the adopted highway verge on Collier's Lane. And in the absence of a replacement yet, to avoid the loss of coverage, a temporary mast has been sited on land at Littledown Farm, originally installed using permitted development rights. An application for its temporary retention has been submitted and is still under consideration. But the objective is that would obviously be no longer needed if this was approved. Following the refusal of that Collier's Lane proposal, because of the need to at least maintain services to the area, this location at Larkhall Sports Club was identified. And just briefly, I think proposing a location where telecoms has previously been accepted, where not located on agricultural land and where trees can assist in limiting the visual impact, it is considered that this to be a logical location in this area for this replacement base station. It's in Greenbelt. It's a location outside the World Heritage Site, and whilst within the area of outstanding natural beauty, the area of search for this base station was wholly within the AONB, therefore it was not possible to identify a location outside of it. And on the matter of the impact on the AONB and Greenbelt and impact upon heritage assets, it needs to be clear that we don't deny that there will be some visual impact, but having regards to National Planning Policy Framework, and that impact needs to be balanced against the benefits of, in this case, not losing network coverage and the addition of network capacity improvements that this will also bring. Planning should not be refused because there is some visual impact. As an illustration of this, I'd like to draw your attention to a scheme recently allowed on appeal. And in exploring the planning balance, the planning inspector acknowledged that the conservation area would be neither preserved nor enhanced, but said, I have also found that a significant public benefit would be delivered through the provision of improved mobile communications networks, which would outweigh the limited harm to the heritage asset which I've identified. The material considerations therefore indicate that in this case, the proposal should be determined other than in accordance with the development plan. So there would be a considerable public benefit arising from the provision of the improved digital communications network, and I consider that this carries significant weight. And that's an argument we're using here. You know, the public benefit will outweigh any impacts. I'll move on to health matters, and I'll repeat: this isn't to provide 5G, but to maintain 2G, 3G and 4G services with some improvements in capacity. Health matters should not really be a matter for discussion when the proposal has been designed to meet ICNIRP standards. What we have said, though, is that mindful of the discussion, the concerns that exist, my client can offer to undertake radio frequency surveys, radio frequency level surveys once operational to demonstrate that the site is operating well within guidelines. And I must say that when we look at whether this is compliant, we look at other telecoms base stations that are nearby. Finally, returning to the visual impact issue, as far as colouring is concerned, my client's happy to agree the colouring of the mast, and my understanding is they're looking for some form of bespoke camouflaged effect. So to conclude, this proposal is needed to maintain coverage. So it's not new coverage, it's maintenance of coverage that will be lost with the removal of the nearby temporary installation, which itself replaced a permanent base station. Please be aware also, I've not mentioned this, that it will provide a service.
Bring your conclusions, your comments to a conclusion, please.
Yeah, I'm concluding now. Yeah, be aware that this mast will provide a service for users of both Vodafone and O2 networks, and is proposing network capacity improvements, but again, not proposing 5G. And any visual impact must be weighed against, and we consider will be outweighed by the significant public benefit of not losing coverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Don't believe there are any ward councillors to speak today. I had several people put down in the chat. Councillor Hodge, and I'm going for questions first. So Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, so I've got quite a lot of questions for Chris actually, because I'm ward councillor on the boundary of this site.
Oh, yes,
so
yeah.
I'll I can't see Chris actually, but it's there somewhere.
He's there, he's there.
Yeah. So I had a couple going back to the pictures, the visual pictures, but I just want to ask the kind of technical ones first. So I was looking at the MPPF guidelines, and usually my understanding is there should be a consultation with any nearby schools, or and there's 2 nurseries very close. I just wondered if that is relevant or it has been done. And then the requirement for any new mast, I mean, even from a different provider, you have to explore the possibility of it using an existing mast. And we're going for 2 masts in this location now. And I also was looking at what other councils, around the UK ask for in terms of technical justification. And I don't know whether this, in addition to the ICNIRP certification, they quite often ask for a cell plan showing all other sites and what's being delivered, so that you can have a kind of holistic approach rather than having a number of masts from different operators in a field. That you can plan out really where a new mast should go and whether it's appropriate. So a cell plan. And also the emissions levels graphs that we talked about last time. I think it's an extra thing in addition to the ICNIRP report, and giving where there's a residential area within 200 metres of the mast, that you should have that emissions levels graph. So that's those points. And I also wanted to ask you a bit more about the Collier's road mast that has been subject to a planning application. It's been temporary, it's been there for I think at least a year, and the planning application went in January 20 to extend a temporary application, the temporary site for a further 2 years. Will it be the case that if this mast gets permission that site will then be turned down? Is there any commitment to that? And am I correct in understanding that the coverage is provided at the moment by that temporary mast? So will it be one or the other? And finally, at some point, I'd like to go back to the drawings, just at the images of the site, just to point a couple of views out that I think are important and not shown there. So those are my questions. I know there's quite a few. I just thought I'd do them all at once.
That's okay, Councillor Hodge. I will try. I jotted them down, I think, and please alert me if I miss anything. I think the first point was around consultation and the NPPF requirement for consultation with local stakeholders. In fact, both of your first questions are answered by a supporting documentation that was submitted with the application by the applicant, which outlined the consultation they undertook, and they did. I think I haven't got all the details in front of me, but I understand from that they've said that they did consult with local schools. I know I've had several members of the public tell me that that didn't happen, but I've not heard from the school to tell me it didn't happen. And I have, from what they've declared, they have undertaken the requirements of the NPPF. In respect of the exploring possible alternatives, that is a requirement of our local plan, placemaking plan policy in respect of telecoms equipment. And again, in the supplementary document, they've submitted a consideration of a number of alternative sites. And obviously sites they're limited in the availability of sites from a number of reasons. They don't own all the land around there, and so they have to find someone who's willing to offer up a site to locate a mast. All of the area around there is in Greenbelt and AONB, and then obviously coverage as well. The areas that they've got to cover, you go too far away and it won't cover the same area, obviously. So there is that. They have gone through that process. I know comments have been raised specifically in respect of why can't the existing mast in the corner of the field be used. Now, as I think I've possibly pointed out in the December committee, the more providers you put on a mast, the bigger the mast has to be. So the current monopole, 50-metre monopole over there, only supports one antenna. It wouldn't be possible to support the additional equipment of O2 and Vodafone on that's proposed here on that mast without enlarging it. And obviously, I think it is material to say that members considered a larger replacement mast at the December committee and refused that because of its impact on its visual impact. And so I think quite sensibly you can conclude that that is not a reasonable alternative, given this committee has considered that not an acceptable alternative. Technical, in terms of whether there's a requirement for any further technical justification information with the application, that is not something that's required by the NPPF. In terms of the health safeguards, the NPPF requirement is simply a compliance with the Commission guidelines and a declaration that that compliance has been met. In terms of cell mapping for particular areas, I know that has been done in the past, but as has been pointed out, this is to replace existing coverage. There is and this comes on to your other question, there is as pointed out, a temporary mast up at Colliers Road, which itself was a replacement of a permanent mast following the withdrawal of landowners' consent for a previous permanent location. And these masts would all be providing the same degree of coverage. That application, the application for retention for that for a longer term is under consideration, and as has been pointed out by the applicant, if this application is approved for a permanent replacement mast, there would be no need for that temporary mast anymore, and it would be removed. And that would be, grounds for the council to say that, there's no need, that we could possibly refuse that other temporary mast application, but in all likelihood it would be withdrawn. As I've said in my report, we can't condition, we don't feel it's necessary to condition that removal because we feel this mast is acceptable on its own merits, but that is obviously a consideration. And I think we're then on to drawings and images that you wanted to show as well. So I'll just share my screen again. Apologies, the sun keeps blaring in.
So just the very last one on Woolly Lane, with the...
Is it the photo montage with the mast shown? Is it that one?
The one with the so I just want to make the point that it's difficult with perspective here, but these are wooden normal telephone poles, which would be 8 to 10 meters high. So I just feel the committee should be aware that the mast in question is, these are telephone poles, so they are 8 to 10 meters, and it looks like the new mast is kind of the same height, but it's to do with perspective, and it will be 23 meters high, the top of that, which is quite different. And then it's difficult to show without going back to your very first images. But when you look up Woolly Lane from Chalcombe Lane, and so it's possibly this one is a good one, yeah, in the right hand corner. When you look in this image, when you're a little bit back for the junction, you can't see the existing 15-meter mast. So this is quite a common route to take along Chalcombe Lane and then look at Woolly Lane. You can't see that. It's kind of tucked into this corner by the trees. Whereas I think committee should know that, so that picture was fine that you had there. If you go back that one, the new mast will sit in what you tend to see as sky as you look that way. And the new mast in the corner there is in some ways more prominent because it's actually more visible from the route that you most often look in, because it's in that corner against the sky, 23 meters, opposed to a 15-meter pole that is kind of tucked in this corner here, and you don't see it so much. So I just wanted to make that point because it didn't quite come out in the in those images in kind of in my opinion. That's it. That's a point rather than a question, I suppose.
Thank you. I think the next three people asked to speak all in the debate. That's Councillors Rigby, Craig and Hounslow. Councillor Jackson, I think you have a question.
Yes, I mean, I'm listening very carefully to what Councillor Hodge and other questioners have asked. Am I not right in thinking we objected to the other mast on grounds the visual impact on the AONB and the Cotswolds, but this is a different design, a different height, so I'm not convinced it's really a comparator, and I'd like to know what the officer thinks about making the comparisons, because I'm not sure they stand up at all. But however much weight you give to the aesthetic balance of things, isn't the argument that the amount of public benefit from having better connectivity, and I'm not sure if I shouldn't declare an interest because I've got a mobile phone that I think would be using a signal from this mast were I ever in this area. I'm trying to get a sense of the balance, and I wonder how much weight should we give to the public good is basically what my question to the officer is, or possibly to Mr. Gom.
Thank you. I'm sure one of the Chris's will pick that up.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jackson. So just on the differences between the two masts and how useful that comparison is, it's worth, you'll get sick of us saying this, but each case is determined on its own merits. But then it is also important to note that consistency is important in the public administration of planning. And so that really leads you to look at what the difference is. Well, it's a different site. It is 60 metres to the north, so it's not the same site. It is a slightly different location, albeit very close. And it is a different in terms of its design. And if I'll just quickly go back to the slide that really I think shows us up. So this is the proposed mast. It is a fairly slim monopole with a sort of a 3 antenna masthead on the top, which is about 1.5 meters in diameter, the masthead. And this is the refused scheme. So it's obviously, it's much wider. I can't quite remember the diameter on this one, but just looking at the drawing comparisons, it's probably almost 2 or 3 times as wide. And then the masthead itself is obviously much bulkier as well. And so those are key differences, I would suggest, between the scheme that was refused and the currently proposed scheme. And that does go to, and that design obviously goes to issues of visual impact and the extent of the impact here compared to that one. So I think the committee would be fine to make a judgment on this on the basis of the visual impact of this proposal, but I don't think they're tied because of the differences with the other scheme. In terms of the question about public benefits, I think my report sets out what I think some of those are. The test here, because it is considered to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt by definition, because it's a new structure in the Greenbelt, they are inappropriate by definition, and it doesn't meet any of the exceptions. Then very special circumstances are required, and that requires the harm to the Greenbelt and any other harm identified to be clearly outweighed by other circumstances. And in this case, I think you've sort of alighted upon some of the main benefits here, which are to do with the importance of connectivity and the coverage, maintenance of the coverage from the existing mast areas. It is quite difficult to quantify those benefits, but just because you can't quantify something doesn't mean it's not important. And certainly, my feeling, my professional judgment is that the benefits in this case clearly outweigh the harms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, was yours a question?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Chris. I've got a couple of questions. So first of all, so this is a 4G mast. So what would they need to change before it would have to come back to planning if they wanted to upgrade it? If they, for example, they wanted to add another antenna, add another dish, change the antennas from 4G to 5G, at what point would you trigger having to come back to planning for that? Okay, so
the application, as has been set out, is to maintain the existing 2G, 3G and 4G provision. It does also state in the documentation that its capability to be upgraded to 5G. Now, there are a wide range of permitted development rights for telecommunications equipment, which are very complicated and very wordy and very lengthy, and I don't know them off the top of my head. Now, there's a possibility that there would be rights within it. It depends on the amount of equipment, really, and the size of that equipment that would need to go on. And I'm not technically proficient enough to know exactly what would be entailed by a 5G upgrade. It may be that it falls within those permitted development rights to add additional equipment onto an existing mast. Again, it depends on the size and the extent of the equipment required. But really, the important thing is that you've got to make a judgment on what's in front of you today, and you wouldn't be able to say, we think this might be upgraded and that might look worse in the future, because if it has permitted development rights for that upgrade, then it has them and we can't control that. And if it doesn't, then an application will be required, and we'd make that judgment at the time that we determined that application.
Well, we did refuse the other mast on that very issue, on modifications to change it to 5G that that changed the status of it. So I think for me it is a consideration today if there isn't enough constraints to stop them from developing this in a way that we wouldn't be happy with.
Well, I think you have to look what's in front of you. You can't use the sort of slippery slope argument, because I think the planning decision that's before you, and which would be before an appeal inspector if we were to refuse this, would be, is this scheme that's in front of you and the mast that's been put forward, is that acceptable or not?
Okay, okay, fine. I mean, I'd like to see some conditions if that was. So just going on to my next question then. So in the statement you gave us about the fact that we should not seek to prevent competition between different operators. So there's already one mast in this field. This would be a second mast. If a third operator turned up, wanted to put up a mast, then we would have set a precedent there so that if we refuse the third mast, we would be effectively being seen to prevent competition. So we could potentially end up with quite a few masts in this field. Is that right?
So if a new application came forward for another mast, you would have to determine that in the same way, which is to look at the visual impact of that mast in combination with the other already approved masts and decide whether that's acceptable or not. So it could conceivably reach a point where you say, actually, there's too many masts here. The visual impact of all this clutter and stuff is too much, and we would refuse it. We wouldn't be setting a precedent in that regard to say that you have to allow it. So I think, again, I draw you back to determining the one that's in front of you now, not some future application. But as I said, we would determine a future application on its merits, and that would include the cumulative impact of previously approved masts.
Okay, and sorry, just finally, one very important question. So the existing mast that is a 15-metre mast that supplies the same service for a different provider. So why does this one have to be 8.5 metres taller to provide the same service?
So my understanding, this is for provides for 2 operators. So it's Vodafone and O2. I believe the other mast is only for T-Mobile, or some equivalent. And so obviously more operators require more equipment. More equipment obviously needs a larger mast to. I think they need to be spaced further apart. That's why the mast head is slightly bigger. And I believe, I don't know quite the technical reasons behind the heights of certain things, but they do need to have a clearance from the trees because the signals can be interrupted by surrounding buildings and foliage and vegetation.
But the 15-metre.
The 15-metre one, it does also. I know in some of the images the trees have grown up around it, but actually those have been cut back now, and it does sit just above the tree line. Obviously, the trees keep growing, so it there's a sort of push and shove.
Okay, just seems that it's more like that it's preparation for a 5G upgrade. But okay, thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. Was it another question again?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
it was. Sorry, I just think it's an important point. So Greenbelt and Cotswold A and B and World Heritage Site. So we're thinking about the visual prominence, and I just. In your report, I just wondered what weight you gave. It didn't seem to me that had very much weight. We're talking a lot about one slim mast being better than the development of the bigger head on the other mast, but what we are ending up with is 2 masts in a sports playing field. And I just wondered what weight you gave of 1/2. The report talks about there being paraphernalia already in the field, but that the floodlighting is relevant to the sport that's played at the bottom of the field. But the visual prominence is important, and we're not talking about one or the other. We're talking about 2 masts in a field, and that didn't seem to have a lot of weighting in the report as I read it.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. Obviously, as part of my consideration of the visual impact of the proposed mast, part of that is looking at what's the impact of that in combination with the other mast that's already there, and what's the impact of that on the landscape. And my conclusion on this matter is that when you look at Larkhall Sports Club in the wider views, it does feel quite anonymous. It stands out in the landscape because it's got the dense line of conifers along all its boundaries, which are not a sort of natural feature. They've clearly been planted to provide a screen for the sports club and its floodlighting and other man-made sort of vertical sort of poles and features that are around there, accepting that none of those are as high as what this is now proposing. And in that context, and in the context of national policy which accepts the need for telecommunications equipment and the need not to prevent competition, I felt that this was the most suitable location, which has the least impact and didn't have an unacceptable impact on the Greenbelt or the AONB. That's not to say, again, just coming back to Councillor Hughes' points, that if at some point in the future, if we ended up with 6 or 7 masts on this site, you might be starting to say, well, actually, that's getting very visually cluttered now, and that's unacceptable. So, so there is a balancing act, and there's also a balancing act between larger masts that can host more equipment from more operators, you know, and having less of those masts, or having more masts that are smaller but hosting less equipment, but so you end up with more of them. And there's a bit of a balancing act there as well. And as I've set out in my report, my planning judgment is this is an acceptable scheme within that context.
Thank you. So go back to those who want that kind of answer your questions, Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Go back to those in debate, which is Councillor Rigby first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for another very comprehensive report, Chris. I know that we have to look at all these applications on their own merit and separate from others, but we've already had a little bit of debate through the questions about why this has got some commonality with the mast that was refused at December's committee. So in my head, when I was coming to my thought process before I listened to what everyone else was saying as well, I found it helpful to try and think of what are the things that are common and what are the things that are different. And to me, what is obviously common is that it's a proposal for a mast to be built in an area of outstanding natural beauty and also in the green belt. And so for both this application and the application that was turned down previously, that by definition is significant harm. Where in my head these two applications diverge is that the only way that you can approve an application that caused significant harm in the green belt is if there's counterbalancing good on the other side. My reasons for voting against the previous application were, as I stated, that I felt the look and feel of that mast being so heavy at the top with all the equipment that it had to hold would be very, very intrusive to the area of outstanding natural beauty. Whereas I have to say, and it was very helpful to have that comparison drawing done, that the look and feel of this one being a monopole and with having much, much, much less equipment on the top, I felt was less intrusive. So on a visual impact, this one scored higher, though I do take on board what Councillor Hughes was saying about what might end up being put on the top of the pole later anyway. So on a visual impact thing, this one wins, but that still for me doesn't cross the balance of what is the counterbalancing public good against the significant harm. So the reason why I believe that this one has got more counterbalancing public good are twofold. First of all, this will allow for a temporary mast to be withdrawn. And although I accept that within our proposal there is no need for that to happen, this, in the same way as the other one, is actually a replacement activity. It is not an incremental new mast within the area. The Colliers Lane mast would most probably go. And also, if we accept that there is a need, as we all do, and the government in fact instructs us to accept this need for connectivity, and as this application has very clearly gone through almost a sequential test about where any masts could be built, they will all be in an area of outstanding natural beauty and they will all be in green belt. So the decision that I believe I have in front of me today is, given the fact that we are going to lose a mast by replacing one here, the look and feel is so much better in an area of outstanding natural beauty than the previous one that was refused, and that there is actually no better place to put this mast, as has been identified and agreed with by the officers. I am going to move that on this occasion we accept the officer's recommendation and we move to permit this particular mast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does that find a seconder, I think?
Yes, I will, please.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. And Councillor Craig, you're next to speak, so if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, I will, thanks. And I was going to do the same thing, so I'm happy to second. I actually proposed a motion to refuse the last one on the grounds of visual impact. And I find that this monopole is just not in the same league at all. And I agree with everything that Councillor Rigby has said. I think the counterbalance is quite different with this one, so I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harrisville.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the media are watching our debate and our decision. And I am a Liberal Democrat councillor, and I fully support the rollout of 5G, subject to Mast being appropriately sited in their design. Now, this application is mainly about maintaining existing services, just with the potential of an upgrade. Now, improved access to IT helps reduce inequality. Improved rapid, efficient communications help residents access culture, education, training, health information, entertainment, and so much more. It helps people engage with democracy. It helps people do their jobs. Faster, more efficient communication is important for small and medium-sized businesses and essential for a vibrant rural economy. So I certainly think that there are significant public benefits from what is being proposed. And I also agree with the point made by Councillor Rigby that it almost certainly will lead to the temporary mast being removed. That also is a benefit. I'm satisfied there's no significant health risks. The precautionary principle is built into the ICN IRP certificate by a large factor. Is the mast appropriately sited? As the officer stated, it will not be visually prominent, and I think that's been confirmed by the illustrations and comments made by others. And the design, the proposed mast is slimmer and contains a much smaller masthead. So I will support the motion to permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm showing my age because I keep thinking about past debates, and this debate reminds me a lot of the wind turbine debate that we had some years ago. We did in the end allow some wind turbines in appropriate locations in the Cotswolds. And of course, there's one just over the border in Mendip on the A367, which was very controversial when it was put there, but I actually think it looks quite beautiful. Now here we have a horrible row of conifers, absolute pain the way they grow. But you know, having the little mast sticking up, it makes it a bit more interesting, really. So I do appreciate what the legislation says and how any development in the green belt is felt to be inappropriate. But I think you can exaggerate the what the visual impact of this is. But the main thing is, I mean, I agree with the principles that Councillor Hansell read out, but as a Labour member, I think what really matters is the children's education. And unless we can improve signals so that children can do their work at home much more effectively than they're able to do at the moment, you know, we're failing in our task. We simply have to improve the connections. And this is a replacement mast. Just try and imagine if the system broke down, what would happen. I think we have to vote for the officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge. Oh, it's not Councillor Hughes, actually. Sorry. Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I just wanted to put. I mean, I still have concerns about the height of this thing. I think Councillor Hodge was made a very good point when she showed the height of a telegraph pole, which is, let's say, 8 meters. This is 3 times that height. It's huge. So that's really my main concern. I mean, I appreciate what everybody's saying about the need to have coverage. Although I would say, as far as children's education is concerned, I think they'd be using a broadband connection rather than a mobile connection for that. But yeah, it's just seriously, it's the height that's bothering me.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge. Sorry about that.
Yes, sorry, there was there was a second point I wanted to make, but what yes, the point I wanted to make, yes, 2 points. I would just say to colleagues, if we proceed, there's been much talk about the removal of the temporary mast. The temporary mast has been running on a diesel generator for a couple of years. It's at a very prominent site on the Granville Ridge, and I think if we decide to permit, this should definitely be a condition. It shouldn't be, I hope it's going to happen, it should definitely be a condition. The thing I have a problem with is the weight, us deciding the weight to the public good and what the evidence of that is within this community, because this isn't a mast in the centre of Bath, it's a mast that's going to benefit one particular community, and that the evidence from that has come forward in comments, 2 parish councils have objected and 131 objections. There was 3 comments in support, but I'm surprised after a year of homeworking and homeschooling that there isn't evidence of people within this community of Chalcombe and in this area crying out for more connectivity. It's not there in writing in the responses to this application. So I'm a bit worried about saying this is for the public good when the public in this location haven't asked for it and have demonstrated that they don't want it. And so that is what I'm thinking about when I come to my decision on this, as well as the particular height, the effect of 2 poles in the field.
Thank you. Chris, do you just want to come back about the point to do with the condition? Because I think that's the last speaker. So I think we're ready to move to the vote, but I just want to clarify, I think the point that Lucy asked about a condition, which I think we probably can't put on, but you'll explain, I'm sure, Chris.
Yeah, so it would have to meet the 6 tests of conditions. We did sort of contemplate it, but ultimately felt it wasn't necessary, given that it's the same operator and there would be an incentive for them to remove it as a result of this, because it would address their needs and they wouldn't have to pay to continue operating the temporary mast. I think there would be practical difficulties as well, just from sort of making it a precise enough and enforceable condition, because it's on land separate from the application site. So we did explore it and we felt it wasn't suitable. We could try looking at that again if it was something members felt was absolutely necessary. But as I said, officers' view is it's not absolutely necessary.
And they did say in their presentation, but I know that was only their word, that they would be removing, not going forward with the temporary one. Right, I don't think there's any other speakers. I can see nothing else in the chat bit and so on. So we'll move to the vote, which is to accept the officer's recommendation as printed. And I'll go through in the reverse order. So Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe's not here. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson. You're on mute at the moment, Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis, myself. For. Councillor Craig.
For.
And Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you. So that's, I think that's 8-1. Am I right, Marie?
I think you missed Councillor Hughes, Chair.
Oh, sorry. I brought to put my glasses on to do it. Sorry, Councillor Hughes. Sorry.
Against.
Thank you. Sorry, so that is actually 7-2. Sorry. I think, yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry, Councillor Hughes. And so, Matt's back with us. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sally, for chairing that bit. Right. So, does anyone need a break after that? We'll crack on into the last one. Nobody's waving. No. Okay, so our final item number 7 is the Plum Centre, Locksbrook Road, Bath. Can I invite again Chris Griggs-Trevathan to present his report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that okay. So item 7 on the agenda is an application for the demolition of the former Plum Centre and Genesis Lifestyle Centre, the erection of a 3-storey plus mezzanine mixed-use building for 1,180 square metres of B1C light industrial use, 290 square metres of D2 assembly and leisure use, and 72 student ensuite rooms in cluster flats. This application is a resubmission of a recently allowed appeal decision, and I'll come on to that in more detail shortly because it's highly material to the decision you have to make today. So this is the application site here, outlined in red. As you can see, it's on Locksbrook Road, on the corner of Locksbrook Road and Station Road here. And it's part of the Newbridge Riverside Strategic Industrial Estate. And it's currently occupied by Wolseley's trade counter and the Genesis Lifestyle gym in this sort of building here. So just moving on to the aerial photograph. So this is Wolseley, and this is the gym, existing gym to the north. The site is within the conservation area and the World Heritage Site. There's also a sort of green corridor of trees and vegetation which runs along the north side of the site, which follows the line of the former railway embankment. And there's actually a site to the north, which is sort of a pollen yard or a maintenance yard of some kind associated with that former railway. And there's a number of trees along the boundary here. To the west, you've got the Vets building here. And this is, I believe, a welding business on the very corner here. And then immediately to the south, you've got the Grade 2 listed Herman Miller building, which has recently been converted into the Bath Spa Arts campus. To the east, this is the Baines Transport Services Depot, with its yard out the front this side. And then we've got other industrial occupiers like Horstman's over this way, and then residential development to the west along the road to the west here. So just come back to the existing site plan, so you can see the existing building and its footprint. Now I referenced the fact that this application is a resubmission for a recently allowed this appeal. So there was an application that was submitted to the council in 2018 and then refused in August 2019, and delegated powers for a very similar development, a combination of student accommodation, replacement gym and replacement employment space. That went to appeal earlier last year, and we received the decision on that appeal on the 30th of December last year, and that was to allow that application. We did originally object. We refused that previous application for 7 reasons. The first being that we didn't feel student accommodation was appropriate within the strategic industrial estate, and that it would prejudice the operation of the industrial estate and make it less attractive to industrial occupiers. We also felt that it was an over-concentration of student accommodation in this location. There was also an objection on ecological and arboricultural grounds and residential amenity grounds. Well, the inspector in their decision overturned all of those reasons and allowed the appeal. So they now have permission. This is the appeal scheme. So they have permission for this scheme here, which was a scheme for 80 student bedrooms in an arrangement of cluster and studio, cluster flats and studio flats. It had 1,354 square meters of employment floor space and 364 square meters of replacement gym floor space. So this is what they have permission for, and this is obviously a very recent grant of planning permission, which forms a fallback position, which is a significant material consideration when you're determining this latest application. Had it not been for this appeal decision, we would have likely been objecting in principle to this latest application. So the resubmission, which was submitted whilst the appeal was ongoing last year, makes a number of changes to the scheme, which actually in Officer's view is an improvement over the recently allowed approved scheme. So if I move on, so these are the two, this is the now proposed plan. So as you can see, we flip back and forward, the footprint of the building has been reduced. It's been pulled away from the northern boundary to enable more landscaping in this space here and create a larger buffer with the tree belt to the north. And it's also been pulled away from the southern footpath boundary to enable more landscaping to the street scene. So, as I said, it's been reduced from 80 to 72 bedrooms. All of them are now cluster flats, which is preferable from an affordability point of view to the studio units that were previously proposed. There's still 1,180 square metres of employment floor space and 29 square metres of gym floor space. That represents a reduction of 166 square metres and 74 square metres, respectively, compared to the appeal scheme, but still, an increase in floor space compared to the existing situation. And the number of parking spaces has been increased to 19 as well, so a few additional parking spaces provided there. So just to that's the context of the decision you're going to have to take today. But just to explain the scheme a little bit more, well, I'll move on to the next plan actually. So this is the ground floor plan. You can see there will be two employment. The employment floor space would be split into two units, one here and one here, and with the gym space at the back here. And then above that, there would be a mezzanine. So this is the ground floor plan, and then there'd be a mezzanine above the employment space and above the gym, providing an additional story of employment floor space in both units and additional gym space. And then above that, we have the first and second floors of the student accommodation, as I said, arranged in cluster flats. There's these roof top amenity areas at first floor level in the sort of gaps in the building here, which in Officer's view do help also break up the massing of this building. And then this is the elevation. So this is a south elevation onto Locksbrook Road. And at the time of the original application, officers didn't object to the design of the scheme. It was felt to be a sort of adopt an industrial aesthetic because it was on an industrial site, but in a contemporary way, and was considered to be acceptable without having an adverse impact on the character of the area or the setting of the Herman Miller building to the south. The red outline here, I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. The very original iteration of the scheme had this gable arrangement here, but that's not what's got. That wasn't part of the appeal scheme, so that's not relevant. I'd look at the plans as they are now. This is the north elevation, so facing onto that tree belt, and then the west elevation facing onto towards Station Road. So just moving on to some photographs. We've got the Herman Miller building on the left. Obviously, this is a picture before it's been converted into the new Bath Spa campus, but it is broadly in the same shape and obviously in the same position. And then the previous Plum Centre building on the right here, the transport depot on the far right here. And then looking back again, Herman Miller on the right. This is the Wolseley's Plum Centre building. This is the welding business on the corner. And then we move around the corner onto Station Road. This is the Station Road veterinary practice. And then we've got the Wolseley's building here with the Genesis gym building on the corner here. So it actually set, the proposals would be set away from the boundary compared to the existing situation. Just another view from Station Road. You can see Plum Centre. You can see Station Road there and the welding business. Another view, you can see the tree belt quite well in this image, and you can see possibly why officers had concerns about that under with the appeal scheme, given the proximity of the trees to the building, but this scheme is now further away. And then this is the entrance to the Wolseley's, the yard, the back of the transport services depot for Baines, and the verdant tree belt beyond. And then there's just another image there. So they haven't actually submitted any updated CGIs with this latest revised scheme, but for context and to give members an idea of the proposals, I've inserted the CGI images from the appeal scheme that has been allowed. As I've explained, the differences between the two schemes are primarily that in terms of visual differences, primarily that the footprint has been moved away from the north and south boundaries and additional landscaping put in. but in elevational terms, it's still very similar. The materials are the same, the design of the elevations is very much the same. So these images are hopefully helpful in that regard. So that's one image there. It's the image looking west on Locksbrook Road. Obviously, this would be set back further from the pavement than as shown here. And then a sort of aerial type image. Again, remembering that it would be pulled both away from the northern boundary and the southern boundary compared to this image. The officers, in light of the recent appeal decision and the obvious fallback position that the applicant has, and the changes to the scheme, which in officers' views are making a better scheme than that recently allowed at appeal, officers are recommending approval. I'm happy to take any questions after the speakers.
Thank you, Chris. Two speakers. I have Stuart Black on behalf of the applicant, followed by Councillor Mark Roper. Stuart, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
I'm there. I can see you as well now.
Good.
Off you go.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I am Stuart Black, the Director of Development at Suffolk's Capital, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The application before you today is for the redevelopment of the Plum Centre site on Locksbrook Road. If approved, the proposals will provide new employment space for local businesses, create an upgraded facility for the Genesis Lifestyle Centre, and deliver purpose-built student accommodation in a highly sustainable location. Our application will create 10% more employment space on the site and deliver modern light industrial space specifically targeted at local independent businesses, helping to drive Bath's economic recovery. The plans will also help to secure the future of the Genesis Lifestyle Centre, the local family business that has traded on the site for more than 24 years. We have worked with owners Tim and Philippa to design a new facility that will meet their future needs and enable Genesis to continue to serve the community for the years ahead. Genesis employs 9 people locally and has more than 500 members and customers within the community, many of whom have supported our plans for the development of the site. In addition to the delivery of facilities for local businesses, our plans include new purpose-built student accommodation for 72 residents. The site is located opposite the Herman Miller building, the new home of Bath Spa's School of Art and Design, and near public transport routes, and so presents an ideal opportunity to meet the need for more student accommodation in a predominantly industrial rather than residential context. On the need for student accommodation, there are currently in excess of 24,000 full-time students studying in Bath, with just over 7,500 purpose-built student accommodation beds available in the city, meaning that 2 students in every 3 don't have access to a purpose-built room and live in HMOs or other accommodation. The government's recently published International Educational Strategy, published on Monday, outlines their target to increase the number of international students studying here in the UK by an additional 50,000 over the next 10 years to a total of 600,000, and combined with the demographic growth in the number of 18-year-olds over the same period, means there is going to be a significantly higher demand for higher education in the next decade. Current planning policy dictates that this site cannot be used for family or affordable housing, and as your officers outline in their report, following the decision by the Planning Inspectorate in December 2020, the principle of development on this site for student accommodation is established. Since submitting our application, we have worked closely with officers and statutory consultees to develop a scheme that addresses the previous concerns outlined regarding design, highways and ecology, and are pleased that your officers are recommending this application for approval. In summary, this application meets the need of the city by delivering new space for local businesses, creating new jobs, and providing student accommodation on a previously developed site. I would therefore ask you to follow your officer's recommendation and vote in favour of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor Mark Roper to speak, please? Mark, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay, thank you. We wish to draw your attention to a very significant error that we believe the planning inspector made in his report that has granted permission for the construction of this building. Station Road, Ashley Road and Locksbrook Road have appalling parking issues. The houses are a mixture of family homes, apartments and HMOs, and virtually none of them have off-street parking. Many houses will have several vehicles associated with them. Any resident will tell you that parking on these roads is a nightmare. There is pressure from visitors to Chelsea Road, from staff and visitors to the RUH, and from commuters who park here and walk into the city. The opening of the BSU Arts College has further added to pressure. and Locksbrook Road is always jammed with cars, with extensive pavement parking on the south side. The visuals presented in the application of an empty road thronged with happy students is and always will be a million miles from reality. The proposed development will provide 19 car parking spaces, 6 for the gym and the rest for the employment space. However, the inspector seems to have completely missed that the gym currently has 12 marked parking spaces with 3 more overflow spaces, and that during busy periods, these spaces are all used. I know that's a fact because my partner was a member of the gym prior to the pandemic. There will be a net loss of 9 spaces, and that is before the gym has even been redeveloped into a larger, more modern facility that is likely to draw in more customers. The inspector in his report opined that there was no need for the developer to contribute towards a residence parking scheme. Parking was not a major issue. He further stated that student parking can be controlled by parking restrictions enforced by a tenancy agreement. Here we go again. These schemes do not work and they are unenforceable in law. So let's assume that a proportion of students will bring a car registered in their parents' name. We know they bring cars because we can see it in the Twerton Mill site, just across the river. Suppose 10% of the students have a car, that's 7 cars. And there are 11 spaces for the industrial site. But let's assume it's a success. And the inspector advises us that it will generate considerable employment and employs 30 people. Let's assume that 20 of them drive to work. That's another 7 cars without a space. So simply in its day-to-day operation, there will be an extra 23 cars in the area that will be looking for on-street parking. And that's before any visitors to the site, and ignores maintenance and cleaning staff working in the student accommodation block. We know the parking problems around this area. Unlike the inspector, we see it every day. Councillor O'Doherty lives just along the road, and I work about 500 yards away. We hear it on a frequent basis from our residents. The inspector does not. He has discounted this issue in an almost blasé way. In fact, we are sending in our application for the entire area to be converted to residence parking as part of the low traffic neighbourhood project that the administration is undertaking. There is a cast iron case for a contribution to funding should our proposed scheme get to the go-ahead. The inspector has got this wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roper. I'm sorry that my computer's been dinging away there. I hope it didn't distract you. Questions for the officers, starting with Councillor Craig.
Thank you. I am quite new to planning. I've had some people here. I don't think I've had this situation before where something is being presented to me on planning committee for the first time when it's already been, a decision's already been overruled by inspector. And well, for me and for anybody watching as well, I'd really appreciate some explanation about what we have power to do here. What is being proposed is against policy, but am I understanding our hands are tied and we can't do anything about that at all? I'd appreciate some clarification on that.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Yes, it's a slightly unusual situation, but I guess I try and think the best way of explaining it, or the best way of thinking about it, is that they have planning permission for a very similar development, which they could, subject to discharging their conditions and planning obligations, could go and start building. And there's nothing this committee or officers can do about that now. That is the position. That's what we may not agree with the inspector's decision, but he has granted them planning permission. So that is the context, and what you now have to decide is whether or not the changes to the scheme, this resubmitted scheme, essentially, given that they can build what the inspector gave them permission for, whether this scheme, in light of those changes that have been made, is acceptable. So are the changes they made so material that they would depart from, they would make the scheme that's already can be built unacceptable in a different way, that the inspector didn't conclude, or not? And as I outlined, my view is very much that those changes are all positive changes, albeit we still wouldn't necessarily have supported this scheme if it had come in without that appeal decision and the existing fallback position there. In terms of whether or not it's contrary to policy, as you may understand, policies are very rarely black and white statements of fact. In terms of this policy doesn't say no students in the industrial estate. It says other uses will be unacceptable unless it can be demonstrated that they wouldn't affect the, I think it's something like operation and sustainability of other businesses on the industrial estate. And we obviously strongly argued that that would be the case. And the inspector on the evidence before him concluded that he felt it wouldn't be the case, and that introducing students onto this site wouldn't prejudice the operation of the industrial estate. So in his view, they have complied with the policy. Obviously, we took a different view, but he has the authority to make the decision and grant consent. So really, I would, I think, I can explain it further if you've got any further questions, but I think that the key thing to focus on is whether the changes to the scheme compared to the approved scheme are positive or negative, or radically change how we could approach this.
Okay, if I could just come back. So in the normal circumstance, I would be objecting to this because it's a PBSA in an industrial estate. This scheme does that, and the previous scheme did that, so I would be objecting to both. But if I object to this scheme on those grounds, I get a worse scheme, which was the one that we had before and that the inspector said is okay. I've got that right, have I?
That would be right. So if the committee were to refuse this application, the applicant would have two options. Then they could appeal this decision, and then even if they lost that appeal, they would still be able to bill the scheme that the inspector gave them a permission for, which is, in officer's view, a worse scheme than currently before you.
Marvellous. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I think my mouse is getting a bit tired. It's taking time to do the muting and the unmuting. And this is really quite an extraordinary situation, because you do wonder what the logic is from the point of view of the applicant of putting in a modified application when they've already got the inspector's approval for the other one. I mean, it isn't actually completely true that we've got no other recourse, because somebody could go to a judicial review. Somebody could possibly persuade the Secretary of State to intervene, but that's all a bit hypothetical. My question is very practical. I don't quite understand about the roof. Can it, from one shot, it looked like not your roof, Councillor McKay. I couldn't quite understand how it's different. It looked almost like a green roof from one of the shots that you showed. Is it a flat roof? What is it, please?
Okay, so it's a flat roof, and it is a green roof with a solar panel PV array on top to help achieve the carbon reduction requirements of our sustainability policies.
But it doesn't have plants growing on it.
It is indicated to be a green roof. Let me just show you one of the schemes again. So this image here, if I want to zoom in, but that didn't work. So yeah, this sort of grey rectangle here is the indicative location of a solar PV array, and then this annotation here, which is a bit blurry, says green roof, and that's this area around that as well. So we've got a condition on the recommendation to get the details of this solar PV array, so that we make sure it is done properly, and that was a condition that the inspector agreed with as well. So yeah, that hopefully answers your question.
And they can still have plants. That can be conditioned too, to have plants on the roof.
I'm not an expert on green roofs in terms of what's the most appropriate thing to have up there, but they do obviously add to the biodiversity of the scheme. And this scheme does have significant improvements in terms of its landscaping, and because of the additional space created by the reduction in the footprint, has allowed them to put quite a lot more landscaping, trees and other plants and shrubs into the landscaping scheme. So I'm not sure it's entirely necessary that they have large-scale plants on the roof. I think it's more of the sort of sedum type.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect.
Yeah.
And sorry, there's a third question. I was very interested in what Councillor Roper said about parking. Does this meet a satisfactory standard of parking?
Yeah, so the council didn't object to the previous application on parking grounds. The highways officer has reviewed the application against our standards and what might be required for a gym and for the employment space, and for the student, which is, as we know from the parking standards in the current local plan, is set at a 0 parking standard. And so they were satisfied that it wouldn't have a detrimental impact on surrounding residential properties or highway safety. I understand the point Councillor Roper makes, that the enforcement of parking, of not bringing a car through tenancy agreements, that is something that is secured by a condition on the appeal scheme, and would be a condition that we would put on this. I'm not going to claim that it would be 100% effective in all cases, but it certainly, in our officer's view, acts as a deterrent, and would have some success in reducing the level of parking associated with the student accommodation. So, as I said, to recap, highways have no objection, and the council haven't previously objected on parking grounds, and the inspector did consider these arguments, albeit we may not, as Councillor Roper has pointed out, that there's a number of matters we don't necessarily agree with the inspector on, but his decision is there, and they can build a scheme that is both has more student bedrooms in it with less parking, even if whatever we do with this application. So in that context, officers feel that the level of parking is acceptable.
Thank you.
Councillor Rigby, debate. Councillor Hounsell, question to the officers.
Thank you, Chair. Right, the officers made it explained very clearly that this proposal is better than the one that they've got in the bag already. So it seems to me this is about making the best of this application as far as we can, if we approve it. I listened to Councillor Roper making a very good case about the need for additional car parking spaces. Is it something that we could ask that the greenery or the trees at the front of the building, I mean, normally that's something we would welcome, but whether actually on this specific site, in this specific location, we invite the applicant to convert those to additional car parking spaces. Is that possible?
I mean, we can always ask the applicant anything, but I would suggest that might be rather fruitless in this case, given the work they've done on the landscaping, and officers' view of the landscaping is preferable to having more parking in that location. I'm also not sure whether it would work from the perspective that that area is also where the entrances to the employment units are. So then you would have conflicts between car parking spaces and the entrance to the employment units. And I mean, I think the applicant would just say, why would I do that when I already have a permission in the bag, as you say. So obviously the committee can defer the application to make that sort of decision, but I would advise against it, because I ultimately don't think that would make any difference to the scheme, and I don't think the applicant would do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
Hello, sorry. So we are, I think you can tell from we're between a rock and a very hard place on this one, and I'm just thinking about conditions as well to make the best of it. I just wondered, it's difficult from the visuals to check what the materials are. It looks a very dark building. I was trying to find the description in the text of the materials. Are they confirmed? Is it a black metal, or is it? I just wondered if we. could do anything with the look of, well, I'd like to know what the materials are and whether we can condition them to be a certain thing. Also cycle parking, it might be in there. I read all my documents quite quickly. I couldn't find it. How many cycles, and can we condition for lots of cycle parking?
Yes, so on the materials, I believe it's a some sort of metal standing seam or metal cladding. The detail of that would be controlled by a condition. So there is condition 3 on the recommendation, requiring a detailed schedule of external materials and finishes and samples to be used in the external construction, including the roof, to be submitted and approved by the authority before they go ahead and build the walls. And then on the cycle parking, let me just double check. I believe we are looking at, I think, 76 cycle parking spaces, which is in line with our standards. And condition 23 does secure that parking so that it has to be provided prior to the occupation of the development.
Can I just ask, with the metal, I suppose we can't ask for kind of lighter metal colour or anything, or is it the design is what it is? And
certainly as part of that, the discharge of condition 3, we can there is still scope for some negotiation on the tone and the exact finish of those materials. So if the committee express a particular desire to have a slightly lighter colour, then we can take that into account when looking at the discharge of that condition.
Thank you. And if there's no further questions, we'll move to the debate. And I just wanted to start off by sort of apologising, because when the first application came through, obviously Sally and I both looked at it, and we didn't send it to committee because it seemed so absolutely clear cut, certainly to me, that student accommodation was simply not appropriate in an industrial estate. So in that sense, because our policies, I thought, were very clear on that, from the core strategy, local plan, and the placemaking plan, all have very specific wording about what our aspirations are for our primary industrial estate in Bath. And it is clearly the case that developers have started sifting through to see where we haven't specifically said that we don't want student accommodation, and are whacking in applications to see if they found a loophole, and then taking it straight to the planning inspector to see if they're right. So in that sense, I'd like to apologise to the people of Bath that didn't send it to committee the first time, because then we might have been able to discuss how awful the building looks and the other things. But now we have the rulings, even though they seem extremely bizarre. Sorry, I've just noticed that Sean, you've jumped in with a question, is that, or in the debate?
Sorry, I had one of each, but I can wait for the debate. That's fine.
That's all right. If you've got a question for Chris, now's the time.
Well, my question was purely that Mr. Black came up with some figures on students in the city and lack of student accommodation. Can you validate those figures or dispute them?
So as the inspector actually says in his letter, it's very difficult to be precise about student numbers, although he then does go on to prefer the appellant's evidence in that case. And it does depend very much on the university's growth plans, and we know that the University of Bath are intending no net growth. Bath Spa, I think 100 students per year until 2029. The impact of COVID and Brexit has led to a considerable degree of uncertainty over that. And so it's hard to actually put a figure on it. The core strategy doesn't include a target figure for student numbers. It simply expresses support for the growth of the universities and a figure for additional bed space on campus, and supports off-campus proposals as well, where they don't impact on the economic or housing strategy of the city. So I wouldn't want to sort of say that Mr. Black's figures were absolutely right. It's a bit of a movable feast, and it's something that's being considered through the local plan partial update, the sort of question of numbers, and importantly, I think the spatial strategy for how to deal with student numbers and student accommodation in light of the tensions we have on our land supply and the competing demands for our land supply in the city. So it's a roundabout way of saying I can't confirm or deny the numbers that Mr. Black's put forward, but that's kind of the context in respect of student numbers.
Okay, it just seems to me that maybe not for this application, but for future applications, we need to be able to have some numbers to be able to dispute whether there is a demand or not for more accommodation. Anyway, thank you.
I mean, I have wondered if the inspector were to be wandering around the streets of Bath, stopping people and saying, "Had Bath got enough student accommodation?" He'd be hard pressed to find anyone who said no. And that would include students, I would imagine. Anyway, Councillor Craig, you had a question?
Yeah, sorry. When this idea was very first born, was before way before I was on planning committee. This was in Kingsmead Ward, I think, and Councillor Furs and I actually met with Summits and spoke to them, and we pressed really hard on more than one occasion to try and get some key worker accommodation in here because it's so close to the RUH. If the situation was such that there was going to be accommodation above an industrial unit, then could we have some key worker? I'm assuming, Chris, that ship sailed on that and there's nothing that can be done about the type of accommodation now at this late stage.
No, not really. It's described as purpose-built student accommodation, and that's the use to which it would have to be put. Certain postgrad students may be also classified as key workers in certain professions, but and they would possibly be able to occupy. But certainly that broader definition of key worker, frontline worker, wouldn't. There would be lots of people who aren't students that meet that definition, and therefore occupation by those would represent a change of use that would need a further planning permission. And there's been no indication from the applicant that that's what they're intending to do.
I wonder how long it'll be before we see this building appear in Airbnb, and or a request for a change of use to a bijou hotel or whatever it is, as is whispered of some of the other PBSAs considering. Where does that where does it leave us with? What my concern is, we can praise the art college because it's taken an existing industrial building and preserved and enhanced it and providing a lot of employment on site. This creates sort of the ground floor as light industrial or retail use with a gym, and then 2 stories of something that can never be used for industrial purposes. I mean, it doesn't achieve anything that our industrial zone sets out to achieve. Particularly if we say we want employment. It's what do we get for this from the student accommodation? A caretaker? I'm not sure that there's a room for a caretaker to live on site. I don't know if you have an answer to that question.
Well, I mean, obviously the inspector's decision on the previous application is there for all to see. The inspector felt that the increase in floor space of the employment land, because it is a net increase in employment floor space, would provide more jobs. If you do a sort of calculation between the type of floor space and the amount of floor space, you can come up with an indicative number of jobs. I mean, whether or not that unit ends up being let to businesses remains to be seen, and it was one of the arguments we made was that we felt it wouldn't be attractive to occupiers, but the inspector disagreed. And the inspector also found that that it would help. So basically, the inspector felt that the scheme being mixed use provided employment space plus purpose-built student accommodation, which would help address issues with HMOs and meet. He felt it met the aims of our core strategy, and that was his reasoning, and it's set out in more detail in his decision letter. Obviously, that's the sort of broader point. The point about that's before you today is the application that's in front of you, and whether or not it's acceptable in light of that previous decision.
Yes, I feel we go back to Councillor Craig's first comments. Our hands are tied. I find the comments from the planning inspector bizarre in the extreme. Really do. Anybody else want to make any comments? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, I just sort of, I mean, I appreciate there's probably no way that we can go back to the inspector and challenge their decision. But, you know, the one significant thing that has happened in the last year is a pandemic. And the one thing that the pandemic has shown us is that we are overly reliant on tourism and retail and hospitality in Bath and North East Somerset. And we need to develop our industry more. And we need that far more than we need student accommodation. But I guess we can't go back to the inspector and say, look, the landscape's changed. Can you reconsider?
Yes, it's no longer 2015. We've moved on. We've got lots of... Councillor Rigby, I do apologise. I didn't go back far enough in my list.
That's twice this meeting, Councillor McLeod. Good job, I'm not going to take it personally, isn't it? Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for actually what you said about the apology to the people of Bath. But frankly, you shouldn't have to make that apology, because anyone looking at the previous application and looking at how it didn't fit in with our policies and looking at the fact that this is our prime industrial area and we should be putting student accommodation into it, would have come up with the same conclusion that you did. And I'm fairly certain that would also explain why the ward councillors didn't object on the grounds of parking, because at that stage, people would be thinking, this absolutely is just not going to go through. And I'm fairly certain if it had come to committee, not that I can prejudge what a committee would have said, but I'm fairly certain it wouldn't have gone through. And now I'm actually genuinely quite angry, because I feel that we're in a position where this admittedly looks better than what they've existingly got permission for. And we could spend a lot of time saying, oh, should we try and condition this or should we try and condition that? But actually, the decision we have in front of us is they can take what they've already got and build to it, and there is nothing we can do about that. Or we can try and amend it round the edges. And do you know what? They may still build to the thing that the inspector has given permission for. And my frustration is in some of the reasons that were given, they bear no resemblance to the Bath that I know and love. That I cannot believe that people can believe some of the things that were said. In a previous committee, I know I've challenged the officers, and I think Councillor Hughes said it well about looking at data. And I think I asked on a previous PBSA application, can we point to any one HMO that has come back into family use because PBSA has been built? And the answer is no, we can't. So this feeling that by getting more and more PBSAs are actually going to return areas of the city back to family use doesn't appear to be working. And the fact that we're actually saying it is permissible to put student accommodation, 2 or 3 floors, whatever it is, above working space, above employment opportunity space, above our key industrial space, strikes me as bizarre beyond all measure. So I'm not actually going to propose anything for this one, because frankly, you're asking me to vote between the devil and the deep blue sea, and I don't want either.
Indeed. Would anybody has any more comments, or would anybody like to move a motion?
I ain't got to have to move a motion, Councillor McKee, because we've got to make a decision.
We have.
So I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation as printed on our papers.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark. So the motion before us is to accept the officer's recommendation to permit the application before us. I'll go in reverse order. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I rarely do I do this, but I'm going to actually explain the reasons for my vote. Sometimes people think if someone abstains, it's because they haven't thought through the issues, or they haven't read the papers, or they don't know what they think. I am actively abstaining because in all conscience, I can't support what's in front of us. But in all conscience, I can't say that by rejecting it, we won't end up with something worse. So my active vote is to abstain.
Councillor Rigby, thank you. As abstaining, Councillor McCabe, I for exactly the same reasons I am abstaining. Councillor McPhee.
For the same reasons, I'm abstaining.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, I think we're being taken for fools. There's absolutely no guarantee that even if we pass this planning application, they won't still build the one they've got consent for. So I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Hughes.
I'm voting against.
Councillor Hounsell.
Abstain.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, for the reasons said before, I'm actively abstaining.
Councillor Davis.
I'll vote for.
Councillor Craig.
Actively abstaining.
Councillor Clark.
For.
That's 2 for, 2 against. So it's down to a chair's vote, I'm afraid.
Could you actually just read out the number who abstained, just so it's very, very clear to the members of the public watching?
Yeah, of course. It was so 2 in favour, 2 against, and 6 abstentions.
Well, this is obviously deeply frustrating. I feel that the planning inspector was utterly flawed in his judgment, but I have to, as the chair of the committee, I have to support the officer's recommendation against my better judgment. But I will then, my casting vote is in favour to support the officer's recommendation.
Chair, you don't need to do a casting vote.
Don't I? It's 2-2 with 6 abstentions.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
So I don't. In order to come to a resolution,
Beg your pardon.
I do need to do a casting vote, and it is reluctantly it is in favour of the officer's recommendation.
Correct move. Correct move. Yeah.
Thank you. So that is carried, but I think our views about the position we've been put in are clear. So to move on to the next item on the agenda, policy development. There's no policy development items for consideration at this meeting. Quarterly performance report. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the performance report? Otherwise, the committee is asked to note it.
Chair, can I just mention a couple of things?
Yep.
Thank you. Firstly, welcome the report. And I asked before that under planning enforcement cases where it's been declared the numbers not expedient to continue with enforcement action, and I asked for that to be broken down, and it has been this time. And I would just like to say thank you to the officers that dug into the stats to come up with those numbers. It is appreciated. And just one other thing in passing, maybe it should be more under AOB. As a committee in December, we did ask for a report on the enforcement action to do with the cement works in Avonmill Lane in Keynsham. So I don't want that to be overlooked. We are expecting that at a future meeting.
I did have an update this morning from the head of enforcement. The situation is subject to an official complaint, so there's a process that has to be worked through. But some of the information that's being compiled for that report will be circulated, possibly been circulated this afternoon, so to all members, just on the background to I think it's was it the B2 classification on that site. So yeah, so there's something coming around to all members. So is that the quarterly performance appeals report? Any questions or comments on the appeals report? Otherwise, you're asked to note it. And the date of the next meeting is provisionally Wednesday, the 10th of March. And we will be starting again at 11. No site visits, so I can formally Councillor Jackson, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have to raise this one. I have been having an email conversation about an enforcement case in my ward, Westfield, and it would be invidious to identify which case it is, as there are several thorns in our flesh, but the officer mentioned something about direct action being an alternative to taking a court case. And I wondered what exactly direct action meant. Did it mean that the council would move in and do the work, or because we have done that, haven't we, with clearing scrapyards and things?
Yeah, Chris, have you got it? Are you still there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, yes, that's what direct action normally means. In terms of what it means in the context of this particular enforcement case, I wouldn't like to say, but I'm sure I can arrange for an update to be provided on that case, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Let me look at you for a moment before I look back to my script. Any other comments? No. Okay. So I can formally close the meeting then at 16:32. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to all our public speakers for coming in and making their contribution to the planning process. And we'll see you in a month's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.